Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're at. I'm going to throw the intro on and we're going to get started.
I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
So good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're at. I hope you're doing well. We are going to be talking about, first of all, I want to touch on Doug No Thanks Investigates and his bullshit that he's been pulling. To which I just found out about this morning. So I wake up, which I told you guys last night we would go live anyways today. And so give me 1 second. Okay, so basically he is out here bullying people. Doug, what are you doing? No Thanks Investigates trying to be a little bully and shit, trying to bully Lance around and telling him you're going to strike his channel and shit. You helped him build it. You're going to take it away from him. Fuck you think you're doing, Doug? The fuck you think you're doing? See, Jim Terry, he done pumped your head up and shit, but you better watch out because that motherfucker's already turning on you. He said you ain't got no content without him. So I don't know what the fuck you think you're out here doing, but that kind of shit ain't gonna fly. And you know damn well it ain't. So I woke up this morning and I had somebody send me a stream today. Lance from let me get his channel so we can start dropping it. He's got 2 channels. He had to make a backup channel because Doug wanted to threaten him, and then he started using his shit. He told him, "Oh, I'll wait 24 hours. I'll wait 24 hours before I use your videos and stuff." Nope. He done took and snatched his fucking videos and started putting them up the same fucking day that Lance put his up, so he couldn't get no views from it. You know how that is. You know what I'm saying? He goes out there and does these searches and stuff. And Doug was on somebody's channel, apparently, talking about Ty Corbin is involved in this. But, you know, he's been had those motherfucking those 2 guys on his channel. The last how long? How long has he had them on his channel? See, I'm getting ahead of the game, too. I'm setting this shit up on subscribers mode so y'all can't fuck come in here and start shit with me. Also, I want to touch on Crime and Justice's little funky ass, too. I'm about to go there. I want all the fucking smoke, Crime and Justice, with your bullshit.
See, what I don't think is funny or cute is for you to be sitting up there smiling, laughing, and thinking the shit's funny and fucking cute while they sit here and talk shit about women and Candace and Dylan's mom and everybody else. That's a bunch of bullshit. See, then you wanted to run in there and you wanted to go talk shit to Lance today, talking about, well, why don't you just keep this off the internet, talk to Doug about it in person? But see, little did you fucking know why you want a white knight for Doug all the time.
Lance had already tried to get a hold of him. He already tried to call him. And like he said, when you're drunk and you say shit, it does not fucking excuse your behavior the next fucking day when you're sober. Cut and shoot. It's good to see you here, baby. Anyhow, I think it's all a bunch of bullshit. And now that you're done using Ty Corbin and Lance, you want to throw them to the fucking side and tell them you're going to delete their channel, you're going to strike their channels down and all this and that? The fuck? That is a bunch of bullshit. And like I said, Crime and Justice, I can't with you. You want to sit up there and laugh and tee-hee and giggle and ha-ha. Everything's so fucking funny when they're dogging everybody else out, dogging women about their weight, dogging Dylan's fucking mom. But this is supposed to be about Dylan, right? You want to find Dylan. Cut it with the bullshit. Cut it the fuck out. Because I'm real sick of the shit. And yes, I'm about to get ugly today. Yes, the fuck I am. Hold on. He was trying to extort money from Lance. Why? And since when is it okay? You know what? That's okay. I'll get a whole panel of my fucking girls up here and we'll sit and laugh and dog your ass out, Crime and Justice. And then when you want to come talk about it, we're going to say, no, we thought that was okay. We're just trying to build our channel. We don't want to interrupt. That because that's what you said, right? You didn't want to interrupt. You didn't see anything wrong with it. Fuck you mean. And you know what? You ain't got no right to be talking about or laughing at no other woman's weight. Fuck are you doing? I'm sick of this shit. I don't give a fuck if she laughs when she's nervous or not. Then take your goddamn camera off and get the fuck off the panel. Fuck you doing? The shit's not okay. It's disrespectful as fuck. And you look terrible sitting up there laughing at all these other women while they want to dog them the fuck out. And that's okay. All these women that want to follow Jim and Doug and think the shit's funny and it's cute and they like it. And the Jim, go Jim, go Jim. You think it's so fucking funny and so cute until he dogs you the fuck out. Then you want to come running over here like, oh, I can't stand him. Well, you sure the fuck could stand him when he was dogging everybody else out though, right? Fucking gross. I'm sick and tired of the shit. And then after watching Salty's panel last night, I got some shit to say about that too. Now, see, I wasn't really happy. Okay, so y'all know, I'll help anybody. I don't care. I will help anybody, especially with this YouTube shit. If you need some help, I'll help you. You want to set up your panel, I'll help you. I don't give a fuck. Everybody should be able to have a platform if they want one. So I helped Salty set his shit up. Y'all heard it. I did it right here publicly on this. I did it, yeah. Yeah, I did it publicly. Was very nice about it. And then last night he was on his stream, and I understand he wants to do an open panel. You know, I do open panels all the time. I'll drop the link for anybody that wants to come up and you could talk about whatever is fine. But check this out. When you do an open panel, you have to have YouTube etiquette. Period, point blank. You don't, and see, like the thing is, like when you had when Salty had me, Kurt, and Talina, I believe, there was three, or Ellen, I'm sorry, Ellen. So
you had all three of us up there, and you turned around and let Jim fucking Terry up on the goddamn panel, knowing none of us like him. And I understand you want to have an open panel, but he could have fucking waited until we got down or until I got down. You should have said, hey, Queen Bee, Jim's in the back. If you don't want to be up here, you might want to go ahead and drop down. And to which I would have obliged and either sat up there and talk shit to him, or I would have got down. It didn't even matter. But I didn't fucking know. So as soon as he popped up and StreamYard threw my ass out, I stayed the fuck down because you got me fucked up. I'm not going to sit on that fucking panel and argue with somebody, especially after what I seen happen last night with Eric. The shit's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Last night, Laura was on the fucking panel over there chatting. Everybody's giving you a chance, Salty. We're all coming over there. I pumped your fucking channel out. I shared your links. I mean, what the fuck? Laura's up there talking last night with some other people, and all of a sudden, here comes fucking shitbag. Gotta come up and start shit. And of course, he's allowed on the fucking panel. So then he starts fucking talking shit. Talking fucking shit, running his fucking cocksucker like he does best. Hold on, Cut and Shoot said, I have a feeling Doug and JT planted JT on Salty's channel to ruin it by running off his members and subs. And it's working, unfortunately. I wish he would have seen that. Yeah, oh hell yeah. He doesn't see that though because he's new to YouTube. Like I told him, like that. Why the fuck do you think I don't let Jim up here? Do you think I'm just like, you know, like, oh fuck it, I'm scared of him. I'm just scared of him. No, hell no. Because if there's anybody that wants to go toe to toe with Jim, it's fucking me. Believe that. Believe that, baby. But see, I'm not willing to risk my motherfucking channel for his bullshit. I'm also not willing to risk other people's doxes that you want to just throw the fuck out there, or their addresses. See, I'm not about risking people, their family, their kids, none of that shit. I don't play that shit. And I'll tell you right now, the way things went down on Salty's panel when he took Eric down and let Jim stay up there, and Eric is supposed to be his co-host, that was fucked up. And I haven't talked to Salty yet. I have not said anything to anybody. Matter of fact, I went in, I was live last night, and I got off my live, and about an hour later, I think it was, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour later, I seen Laura was live. My notifications went off, and I missed her live that when it started. So I went in, and I was kind of like half in between, you know, so I really didn't know everything that had went on because I didn't get a chance to watch Salty's live. I was live at the same time. So I was trying to go over it, and she was playing the live, and I was trying to watch parts of it. And I heard on there that Jim said Monkey Mar gave him 2 screenshots of Laura, to which he put on a fucking t-shirt and then decided to tell everybody that he was going to sell t-shirts. So would it be okay for me to put your fucking face on a t-shirt and sell them? That would be okay. But you're sitting out here worried about people making money off your content and your bullshit, but you're putting her picture on a fucking shirt and selling it, making money on her. Yeah, I'm about sick of this shit. I've really had enough. And I feel bad for Eric. I feel bad for the way he was treated last night, because if anybody should have got booted, it should have been that fucking bitch Jim. Funky ass motherfucker. Care Bear, he didn't sell a goddamn one of them. He only got fucking one made. See, that's the thing. He runs his fucking cocksucker and everybody believes what the fuck he says. That's what I'm saying. He runs his fucking mouth. And I'll tell you right now, if any family heard the way that he's talked about people who have legit fucking hired him and gave him money to work for their missing children or family members, I guarantee you, they would not fucking want him working their kids' cases. Would anybody in here want Jim on your kids' case? Would anybody in here want him as a fucking PI? Anybody at all?
Please. No, B-Tim, you should never backstab your co-host like that. And if you got an issue with your fucking co-host, you need to end the goddamn live and take that shit up behind the fucking scenes. Don't put it on a fucking show. I know, Candace, lesson learned the hard way. But see, that's the thing is most people will do anything. And I fucking mean anything to get their baby back or to get their child back. I sure as fuck would. And in that, some families made the mistake of hiring Jim. And they have paid the fucking price. They are still to this day paying the fucking price of hiring him. Example, Candace Cooley. Look at the shit he's doing to her right fucking now. He knows damn well half that shit ain't fucking true, but he don't give a fuck because you dumb fucks believe it. Oh, yeah, he said, oh, I got 1,000 people in chat. Yeah, you got 1,000 people because you have a bunch of fucking hate watchers. You're a fucking asshole. And you're a fucking train wreck. People want to watch the goddamn train wreck. And they're going to watch the explosion when the fuck you go down, too. If you don't think you're going to have an audience watching, you will. Exactly. What I want to know is who hurt you so goddamn bad that you have to be so ugly and nasty to everybody. What the fuck happened to you in your life that you have to be so goddamn nasty? And it comes to a point where, yeah, I appreciate somebody who can tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? I would rather fuck with somebody who is rude and telling the truth than somebody who wants to lie and smile in my face and, you know what I'm saying, lie to me. I don't like that shit at all. But I'll tell you right now, there's one fucking there's etiquette. You gotta have some etiquette. You cannot fucking do the shit you're doing and think that that's gonna be okay. Monkey Mars, another flying monkey, another kiss ass to JT and Dung, even though JT dissed Dung saying he had no show without him, arrogant asshole. Yeah, like I said, he's playing Doug for a fiddle and Doug's eating every second of it. He already should know this. Doug's been in the game a long time. He knows better. I don't know why he's even doing this shit. Why was Jim invited to a stream about child abuse? I don't think he was invited. I think he just showed up because he knows he'll be allowed on that panel. He went over there like 4 fucking times and interrupted Salty's stream like 4 fucking times. And if you don't think, if Salty doesn't think that Doug and Jim are doing that shit on purpose, okay, you got some lessons to learn, baby. And I'll tell you what, I was naive and stupid when I first came to YouTube, but guess what? I've picked up on the game. I know better. Why the fuck you think I wouldn't have? I mean, look at all the views that Tyler's getting right now, Tyler Feller and Doug, by having Jim on there. If I was worried about clicks and views and I was worried about getting money and all that bullshit, I would have Jim up here every fucking day arguing with him, because I'll tell you right now, we'd have thousands of people in here listening. But guess what? I would rather have my fucking integrity at the end of the day, because I'm going to tell you right now, this shit will come back to fucking bite him in the ass. You can't sit and talk about people, defame people, talk shit about people, tell lies about people, torture somebody, torment somebody, and then fuck with somebody like you do when they have a missing child. Who the fuck do you think you are? And like Candace said herself, she would have never, ever hired him. She would have never, ever came to YouTube if she knew that this is what it was like. Because I'll tell you right now, the fucking heartache that a mother deals with when their child goes missing is something Jim and Doug will never, ever understand. And Crime and Justice, you make me fucking sick. You want to come for me, bitch? I want all the fucking smoke. Come for me. Because what you're doing is fucked up. And I do not agree with it. Yeah, Salty's kid. Well, Jim says he didn't. Salty says he did. I don't know. The recording has never been played, so I really have no fucking idea. But I can tell you right now, I'm fucking pissed. Oh, I was going to say, you want to keep your camera off or you want to keep it on? You want it off? I'll let you up here, but you want... Okay, it's off. I see it's off now. Okay, it's off. Yeah. What's up, girl?
Here's my big problem with them. I've seen how much financial gain those YouTubers have been making, but how much have they offered the Rounds family for them making money on their son's case?
Oh, none. They had smart ass comments about.
That's my point. That's
Judy
my point.
Ron gave Candace $800 as a being nice. You know what I'm saying? Being nice. And
that's exactly my point, Queen. If anybody should be making money on those cases,
Jim ran his fucking mouth and got pissed off that they went to dinner. Judy Ron told them, go have dinner. Because, you know, I'm sure there's been plenty of fucking meals that's been skipped because of the stress, not eating,
exactly
not being able to eat. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's exactly, yes. So a YouTuber actually has a little bit of compassion and says, hey, let me help you out a little bit and let me go ahead and give you this. And Jim Terry, a fired fucking PI, blows a gasket about it. I got problems.
Oh my God, they went out to eat. How dare them? How dare them eat dinner? I can't fucking believe they went out to dinner when they have a missing child. They're not supposed to eat. They're not supposed to shower. They're not supposed to be talking to nothing. They're not supposed to be doing shit but looking for their son 24/7, every single day, every single night.
Hey, Queen, do you know that when I did that story on Chance Engelbert, all money went to his wife, Bailey? All money.
See, that's the thing. They don't donate shit to him. I haven't seen Doug give anything to the Rounds or the Coolies for Dylan or anything.
Or what about making a donation to like Texas EquiSearch or the nonprofit We Help the Missing, so that people can still continue to do these good things that these two are claiming to do when they're truly not. Sorry, you guys caused my eyes to be opened way more than I ever wanted to admit. So, thank you for that, Queen.
You're welcome. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude to you. And when you very first came up here, I could tell that you were pretty upset because you were kind of like, what the hell? What the hell?
It's okay. Honey, I apologize for my attitude that I had ahead of time with that. Like I said, when I've known him for as many years as I've known him, and I've worked multiple cases with him, but things were different then because he worked in on my stuff. I didn't work on his stuff.
You got feedback. You're gonna have to pause your YouTube.
Multiple cases with him, but.
Here, I muted you. Kim, you're going to have to pause your YouTube. When you click on the link to come into StreamYard, it takes you into a new app. So you have to pause your YouTube first. I'm going to unmute you and see if you got it. When you click on the link to come into StreamYard. Nope. Okay. I'll remove you for right now. And then when you get it figured out, like if you close out, when you click on the StreamYard link, pause your YouTube first. Pause it. And then click the StreamYard link and come up. Thank you, B. Tim. Tyler should donate all the money he got for covering Dylan's case from his charity to Dylan. Absolutely, he should. Absolutely, he should.
Okay, I'm not saying every penny needs to be donated, but don't you think for the amount of heartache and consternation that gets caused to these families by the social media aspect, don't you think that maybe they might deserve a little kickback, given that you're completely prostituting their child's case? I'm sorry, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah, they should be donating something. I mean, like I said, it doesn't have to be everything. It doesn't have to be all their funds, everything they've made, but they should be donating something. All right, we're going to try this again real quick. Oh, okay. Well, hey, baby, what's up?
Oh, not too much. Trying to see if it works from my phone to get on StreamYard now. Can you hear me?
Hold on. Who's next said deleting people with opposing of who the fuck deleted anybody? Bring your ass up here. Who's next? The link's pinned. Bring your ass up here on panel.
I didn't delete anybody. I don't have a fucking wrench in your channel.
Hey. I deleted the comment because it was really, really rude. And we don't allow people to attack panel guests here. You can have an opinion, but it was really an ugly thing. So
they were.
Oh yeah, you're definitely entitled to your opinion, but if you want to be ugly and hateful about it, we're not going to do that here. So if you can't, you know what I'm saying, be respectful about it or be respectful to who's on my panel, then get the fuck out.
If you have something that strong to say about one of Queen's panel guests, click the link and come up and say it, but don't put it in chat in passive aggressive ways.
They're talking shit about
me. Are you guys telling me it's about me? I can't see chat. I came in on my phone.
I deleted it because it was about you and it was very ugly.
Oh, well, you know what? That girl, Voices has a whole new, like, we don't care what they say. They hide behind an avatar in a bubble and a keyboard. So we just let them say what they want to say because
You were in the middle of saying that you had your eyes opened by Queen and some other stuff. You've even told me the same thing recently. So for you to be up here expressing the change that you're making according to information, it's not cool to let somebody say you're exactly like them because they don't change with information. They're a piece of shit. So
no, I'm not. Dude, here's the deal. I am not the same person that I even was 2 hours ago. The minute I get given new information, that gets applied in, it gets figured out, and I'm not even the same person I was 2 hours ago.
We should all do that.
I sat back and I silently watched what you, Queen, Good Egg, the nun lady, and
don't forget.
That's my Cappy, baby.
Okay.
That's Captain Napkin.
Oh, that's Captain Napkin. Okay.
The nun lady. Yeah, I just love that y'all call her that.
I don't know what her name is. It never comes up on a bubble, so I just call her the nun lady.
You can call her Captain.
Okay. So I've sat back and I've silently watched because, you know, that panel when I come in and I was roaring hot, I was like, man, these women are they're really trying, no matter what I say, they're trying to get me to listen to what the information they have. Yeah. And I was so not willing to listen to it because I just wasn't willing to listen to it. It was YouTube bullshit again. Yeah. And then I actually listened. I sat down, I listened, I took notes, I did my own research.
Yes.
Son of a bitch, if what you guys didn't say wasn't truthful. And then I still gave him another shot, y'all. I made a fucking intro for him.
Well, you don't know.
He promised to pay me.
You don't know Queen like I do. Of course he didn't pay you. Yeah, you don't know Queen like I do, but if Queen is up here flipping out on somebody like that, there's a fucking reason. She's not gonna just come at somebody for no reason, or I wouldn't even be her friend. Like, you should know, if I find somebody to be toxic, I'm out. And if Queen is going off about somebody like that, but trust me, if we're over here going off about somebody like that, we don't dox, we don't do ugly shit. It's because we've watched so many people be scammed, man. It's like we want to stop that from happening.
I know.
Get it?
I know.
Yeah, I
and
get it.
And then him last night, I held Salty to a higher level.
Whoa,
he come out of the gate. Yeah. He come out of the gate, and I mean, he set a fucking high bar.
Yeah.
He set a high bar for YouTubers, and I thought, oh my goodness, this is great. He's setting a high bar. He's setting a standard. It's going to be a precedent. It's going to be an it might be a new thing. This is really kind of cool. And then last night, oh fuck. Nope.
It was bad.
Done.
Tim, I don't think, Tim, I don't think that, I think Queen had to step away for just a second.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, you are in here. I hear you now, honey.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. That's
Yeah,
why I couldn't see my avatar. That's why the fireworks were blocking
Yeah,
it.
it's the overlay. I watched that last night as well. And I will say, I want to say I was shocked, but nothing on YouTube shocks me anymore. I was definitely disappointed to see somebody who had such great potential turn out to be just another hypocrite. That's how I felt about it.
I've had my differences with Perplexed, but I'm sorry, nobody deserved that treatment last night.
Oh no!
What happened with Perplex? I'm sorry, I did not pay too much attention to that live because
she was attacked again.
She was attacked. She was viciously fucking attacked by Jim Terry for no fucking reason.
Her children, all of it.
He come on and he's like, "Hey, have you heard about the newest missing person? Have you heard about the newest missing person?" And then he goes on to, I'm not going to repeat what he said because it was, for me, it was disgusting.
Yeah, and then he sounds ignorant as fuck. He come on there last night. I heard him say, he come on there. He's like, "Hey, have you guys heard about the newest missing person?" And Eric's like, "What are you talking about?" And Tom's like, "No, what do you mean?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's Laura." Stupid bitch.
See, I honestly warned Salty. I was like, listen, Jim Terry's a snake, a poisonous snake. You have to have him like a poisonous snake. If you're gonna have him on your show, you gotta be ready to kick him immediately if he starts going on. You have to you gotta
be trigger ready. You gotta
be hitting that mute button immediately when he comes on because he's coming on. Like I've watched. He did it with Salty the other night, like 4 times, on and off, on and off, on and off. He's done it with a couple other panels. And he comes in. God, if that's what I look like, I just totally owe all of YouTube a great big fat apology.
No problem.
Thank you guys for teaching me that you don't just go in and act like an asshole when you don't know the whole story.
It can be hard to do around YouTube, dude.
I mean, honestly, I like Perplexed QT. I mean, I like how she talks in a chat. I never understood people just making exposed videos of her past. I understand she has a past, but I mean, I only judge people on what they do, and I only use the past
as we all example.
Do. You know, if you're continuously scamming people and using your past, your past as what you're doing from the past is kind of like what you're doing in the future, then you can use the past. But she seems to have changed a lot, and she basically answers her chat. I don't know why people are just on her ass constantly, even though she makes a couple of mistakes here and there. But
I like her. But last night she wigged me out, and I understand why she was saying what she was saying about Mr. Terry's records and his social and stuff. But I think we have to be careful when
she said.
Let me finish, please. I forget. I think we have to be careful when we're pushed too far, not to resort back to the behaviors of the people who are trashing us. And though she did not give out the information yet, to me, and only to me, the appearance that you're going to doesn't make you much more different than the people who are attacking you.
Yeah,
and I really want to like her. So it was a little bit upsetting, to be honest. But other than that, I love her jingles and stuff.
So she's threatening to release private information on the internet?
She deleted the live, but she actually even gave out 2 of the numbers to his social security number last night because he's pushed her too far. She's starting to flip out. And it makes me feel awful when people who I know are decent people get pushed to the point that they are now acting like the people they hated, you know?
I mean, I would advise her not to do that because she could definitely get possibly sued for that, because I don't think it's illegal for you to be shooting people's social security numbers. And I would say that if she really feels that there's some problems, I would say she should consult a lawyer and see what she could get. If she can, I mean, honestly, that's what I would say. And I think that's the best option for her. At this point, if he's going to be harassing and attacking her job and her sales are going to be lower because his constant attacks, I would suggest she sue him. And she just keeps quiet, get a lawyer, find a lawyer on Jim Terry and sue him. And I would suggest every single person who is basically being wronged by Jim Terry by their business, especially the Wadsworth, they should sue him immediately as well, because that won't, their business.
Yeah, but she's a single mom, man.
Yeah,
but they have money laying around for a lawyer.
Yeah, but no, you don't have to.
People, listen, there's enough people that are being attacked by this, and certain people under this certain people in this case that are being attacked fall under the victim's umbrella.
That's
so
true.
if those people that are being attacked and the external people all were to get together and go into a official courthouse, they may be able to get some sort of a shut the fuck up order on them.
I really wish they could. I've never seen anybody attack people this way.
You know, and I'm sorry, but he came into our community, and YouTube has guidelines and standards and ethics. Even as smarmy as we get, we still have things that we all follow, and there's still things that we don't do. And Jim Terry just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, when I was researching Tyler, I have a lot more information, private. I did not say it. I did not want to even mention it because I thought it was very, you know, I didn't even ask him questions about how he made his money because I thought that was not my business to like, even if it's outside the charity. So, I mean, like you have to think of things like restrictions. You can't like drag all the personal information about people, even if you don't like them, you know, there's a line that you can't cross.
Well, even in states like mine, where there's pretty much no such thing as doxing, the only thing that will get you in trouble is the use of a social security number or a bank account or a credit card number. That will even get you in trouble in a balls to the wall, free for all state like Texas.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely
It'll get you in trouble in Wyoming too. I mean, they don't, like, you're better off if you go steal a cow than somebody else's social security number in my state.
Yes, girl. Yes, same here.
I didn't know somebody was stealing cows still, but I guess, no, I'm joking.
Well, I will say if he wasn't constantly attacking her, she wouldn't even have his information. I don't think she would. I think the only reason
I'm in full agreement
is because he's being dangerous and she wants to protect herself.
Yeah, I think she should sue him.
You know what he did? He threatened to FOIA request the photos of her child's deceased father.
I know.
And that right there, that's the line that was crossed for me, that there's no going back.
Well, depending on what state that happened in, he won't be able to get those photos. There's a lot.
Iowa, and I don't know.
Iowa, I'd have to look it up.
But even so, just even threatening something like that when it's a child and it's just a few months ago, and the child himself already has issues. I'm sorry, but this is YouTube. Why are you fucking with a YouTuber's child? Minor child. Okay?
I don't understand even having those thought processes. I've had, as you know, I've had some people really do me dirty on YouTube. And the last thing that ever came to mind is something like that. Like I guess I just don't think that way. So I'll never understand it. That does not come to my mind to hurt people who hurt me, you know? I just, or people I don't like. I don't, what can I say that'll kill them? I don't do that.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is that there's going to be a change in YouTube a lot. You know, like he talks about, I want anonymity gone. I want anonymity gone. But he's going to be screwed by it because he's going to get sued. The people that have him on his panel are going to be sued. Look at the Alex Jones trial, you know?
Okay, but here's the problem with that. The dude lives in a fucking camper van. Sorry. Like, he don't got a pot to piss in.
Yeah,
and he barely has a window to throw it out.
What are you going to do? Sue him for his camper?
Yeah, I'll take his camper.
His license plate?
I'll take his license plate. I'll take his camper. I mean, just sue him to nothing. I mean, like, I honestly think, like, sue him until he has nothing. That's my opinion.
Dude, he is one step away from having nothing. Well, he's a professional arena football player.
How much change does he have in his pocket? I suggest people sue him for the change in his pocket. And his shirt.
Yeah, I don't think he's even a professional.
Well,
are you talking about him?
That was my queen. That was my snark. I'm sorry.
I think she was trying to.
Somebody's over here telling jokes and shit. Let me go listen.
Yeah, no, hey, queen, I was being funny. P.S. This is for you, girl.
Oh, hell to the look at that bad
look
boy.
At that.
I mean, like, he says
gorgeous.
Oh, that's
nice. I love it.
I do too. I saw those yesterday or the day before. Gorgeous.
I made that for you.
That's cool as fuck.
It's really neat. It's got almost like a mandala pattern in it.
Yeah.
You're gonna love it. It's so cute. She does some amazing work, man. Some amazing work.
You made that? You made that yourself?
Yes,
this
dude,
is what I do,
that.
Queen.
Oh,
this
fuck,
is what I do.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. I thought you meant you bought it.
That's for you. No, this is for you. I made this.
Wow, hell yeah, that's cool as hell, man. I love that.
Dude,
I
she
did
makes
one
some
for B.
really neat stuff, Queen. Really
That's
cool.
Okay,
badass.
well then here's B pluses.
They're
It's
so
just
cute.
a
I
little
just
bit
love
different
them.
than yours.
Oh, hell to the yeah.
Aren't those
This is
neat?
this is Barb's ice cream scoop for the scoop with Barb.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so what are they made? Is that like glass? What is it?
It's paper.
It's paper.
Oh,
She
I'm a
layers
paper
this
crafter.
really good, like, you know, like the cardstock, like the real good paper. She
oh, yeah,
cuts
yeah,
and
yeah.
layers it and makes these amazing things out of multiple layers of paper.
Oh, hell yeah.
It is so pretty.
So my mother-in-law used to make little baskets and shit for my kids. Is like we would go over there and like craft, and we would make like like Valentine's Day parties and bullshit like that.
Yeah.
And so we would use her machine. It's like a Cricut or something.
Yep.
We would make the
Right
strings,
there.
and then we would have to fold them together.
Yep.
Yep. That's what
Right
she does.
there.
That's just really intricate Cricut art, is what it is.
Oh,
She
okay. I was
does.
gonna say that's cool as hell. It was. I mean, I got a lot of paper cuts, but it was cool as hell.
Bitch said paper cuts.
I did a two-sided T-Rex.
So
Oh, hell
cute.
yeah.
So cute. I love T-Rex.
Those are cool as hell. Now what? Okay, so hold on. Does that cost extra money and shit to buy the stuff to make that, or what?
Honey, this is what I do. This is my business.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, then I won't
This is what I do.
won't ask personal
No.
questions. I don't know anything about it. I
No,
really
you
don't know much about it.
No, this is what I do. I sit here and I watch YouTube while I'm making Cricut crafts, and then I post them, and then people want them. So,
I think
but
the difference is Angela uses multiple layers for hers, whereas most people will just do one cut and they've got a real cute die cut and they're like, yay, look at this. She does layer upon layer to give it a really badass 3D effect.
Yes, everything I do, I work in 3D. So, that's my thing. And then because I decided that I wanted to help change YouTube. So everybody that I've had a positive interaction with, I've made them something. Everybody that's had a positive impact on my life, they've gotten they're on the list to get something.
That.
Oh, that's really sweet. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. I have Kim coming back up, and her screen had an echo last time. So hopefully she paused her YouTube first. I'm gonna let her in real quick. Hello?
Hello?
Are you up here?
Can you hear me?
Yep, and we have no feedback.
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay,
Perfect.
cool.
Perfect. Okay. We got feedback so bad last time it was like repeating itself, and all I could hear was myself talking. I'm like, oh my God, hold on.
Echo chamber.
Yes. So hello, Kim.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. I was a little mad about these things going on last night. Hold on, since I've got everything off on my laptop, I've got to catch up on my phone.
That's okay. I was a little pissed off too, and apparently I missed quite a bit. There was still more going on, I guess. So like I said, I was live already, so I missed Salty's stream. I got clips and had to go back and watch it. But when I got the notification for Laura, I clicked on her live, and she was she was playing his live. So I was kind of like, should I just stay here and watch and listen, or go back and listen to it myself at 2 times the speed? You know what I mean? And so I was trying to jump back and forth to try to catch up, and I was having a hell of a time. So I really only got about half of what happened, actually, to be honest.
I watched a good bit of it, including what was streamed, and I feel like what was streamed was a very accurate portrayal of what went on. So
That is correct.
You don't have to see the whole thing to still get the same vibe, Queen.
Right. So yeah, pretty much what I got from it, I was pissed. And I'm like,
everything that you saw was absolutely accurate. When you said, I'm watching this and I'm getting pissed, I was sitting there, I was watching silently on that side because I wanted to see her response. Nothing that he's doing, like
No, you're good.
the response that was elicited was exactly what he was looking for. He pushed her to the point she would go nuclear on him.
And that's what he wants. He wants to push her and everybody else to the point where they act like him, and then he can be like, you're no different. What are you talking about? He's doing it on purpose, I think. He's not stupid.
Well, you have to also think, look at how he has manipulated
I'm sorry.
People in the missing case. Well, no. Just look at how he's manipulated some of the families in these missing cases.
Right. Well, that's the thing too, is like he's okay. So that's what I feel like with Salty. I feel like, I like Salty. I really do. He seems like he's a pretty decent dude from what I can tell. You know what I'm saying? Which I only know him. I've just, I just met him. So I don't know much about him. You know what I mean? But I get decent vibes. It's not like he's like a bad, you know what I'm saying? Like a bad dude. He seems like he's genuinely learning the ropes the hard way. You know what I mean?
It seemed like a big game or something last night. I don't know what that was about, any of it.
Yes, and I understand he wants to do an open panel, and he's like, I don't want to censorship people, blah, blah, blah. But it's about respect, period, point blank.
But see, I feel that. But then when a word got said that he didn't like by somebody else, he tried to go ahead and censor it. So it's like, you can call a woman a see you next Tuesday. You can talk about her dead baby daddy. You can talk about her kids, but don't call somebody a whore. But they had just got done calling Laura a whore and nothing was said. So I'm sorry, but I don't think Salty is that stupid. I think Salty sees some dollar signs, and he's doing what so many creators have done year after year, time after time. He's selling his soul for those super chats and shit, man. And it's
cool. Well, I don't think you can get the super chats yet, but
however, I will say
he's not monetized. He does not have a Cash App. He doesn't have a PayPal or nothing like that. Like he doesn't get any money.
He's gonna monetize
from what I understand. But who's to say he won't?
Right. However, the one thing I do want to say to Salty's credit is Salty did give away a $25 Amazon card last night at the end of his stream. And tonight he'll be giving away $120 or $150 Amazon card.
Well, like I said, you got to give people a chance. If he learns his lessons and talks to Laura and Eric and works shit out with them, okay, whatever. But your subs see that shit, and they, you will lose subs for that. You know what I mean? Because we've all had issues with people. We've all made up with them. We've all, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, everyone has a bad stream, and I think, like, personally, like, he had a kind of an explosive growth where he just basically from 0 to 1, to 2,000 subs, and I think he just needs to learn to not let Jim on his show, not let Doug on his show, and then basically kind of make sure the people who go on his show are kind of, checked out to make sure they're not like trolls or stuff like that. Because whatever they show,
really enjoyed the conversation without Jim being up there. Like when I was listening to some of it, you know what I mean? Like it was a decent conversation. The conversation was flowing perfect.
When you had him up, I enjoyed the conversation, and maybe I'm being too cynical because of what all we've been through. Maybe y'all are right. Well, but I've got to see. I can't see that ever again. Yeah, I have to see a big change that never goes back in that direction for me not to believe who he is. And, I really enjoyed y'all's conversation, Queen, when you had him up and y'all talked forever and everybody was being adult enough and kind of going back forth and idea sharing. And he had really good manners towards Black Dove, I think it was. I really got a different first impression of him. So last night, it was like, oh, this is who you are for me, and for me, I've seen so many bad things on YouTube and so many bad things out of creators. And so it's just really, I guess maybe I'm just jaded, you guys. I'll try to see what happens. I mean, it's really hard to do that.
I'm jaded too, but I think first off, he started off this whole thing kind of badly when he basically doxed like everyone in Sooth Mom's community. He started very badly with that, and he learned his lesson. He apologized to people, but still, that's a bad way to start YouTube. And I think he's just learning as he goes along. But I think, like, honestly, you have to learn that you're on YouTube. People are two-faced. You can't trust Jim. He's already, disregard your trust basically, and you can't trust Doug, and you basically, in my advice, just don't even let them on. And also, if you're going to ban language from that, ban all bad language. Don't let anyone be called a whore. Don't let anyone be called names. Just have it like, if everyone starts calling people's names, just ban it all. You know, you got to hold everyone to a standard. You can't just like say one word is good and one word is bad. You have to say, well, no negative language goes to everyone in my chat, if you want to do it that way. That's my opinion.
Well, one would think that if you're hosting a panel, to protect your panel guests, you would not allow anything negative to be said about anybody that's on your panel if you want to continue collaborating.
Agreed. I mean, like, I remember I remember one time I did this whole stream about Nick, who like, you ever heard of Nick Fuentes? Basically, he had this like viral video where he said women should be burnt alive for witchcraft again.
Jesus Christ.
And I was like, someone actually came in my chat and called one of my people who were on, like, I think they called him a fat something. And I'm like, fuck you and your band. It's like, that's how I think I said that. So I get very protective of people on a panel. I don't like people insulting people in the chat like that.
Well, it's not fair to have a guest up on panel and then while they're talking to you and engaged in the show, quote unquote, which I still feel weird calling it, but you know what I mean? Like, and then allow people to just rip them to shreds in the chat. That's just not, there has to be decorum, right? You've got to have like a certain, at least baseline level of respect for everybody. And it's just not happening, and it's upsetting to watch.
Well, it's creator ethics, that girl.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. People get so mad because I say I believe in cancel culture. But like, legit, if you can't follow creator ethics, you shouldn't be out here. And if YouTube enforced more ethics with their creators and enforced more ethical behaviors on us, then it might not be like it is out here.
Hey, Grandma. Go ahead. I was just saying,
I've got people who won't even speak in a chat, but talk to me in email because of the creator that I am. And they're scared to death that if they're seen over in my chat, it's going to cause their life to be hell. So I have a third of my viewers are silent watchers that never talk in my chat, but they have direct contact with me as a viewer.
Girl, so, I even have those, and you know I'm not. I'm probably one of the least controversial people in Chroma, and I have silent watchers.
I don't even know how to make it better for them.
You can't. Because time. You just have to give them time. There's nothing you can do. They just
and then you see people like what's going on between Jim and Life Perplexed, Doug and Jim. Now you've got there's there seems to be some breakdown in the core group, and so then no wonder nobody wants to speak.
Yeah,
because you'd be targeted. You could be targeted if you like.
Exactly. Somebody in chat said, let me find it. I just want to respectfully say Queen Salty did do something today that is unheard of from YouTube creators. He posted an apology for the world to see. Every creator has bad nights. That actually happens all the time. Who's next? The creators do really horrible things, and then they apologize, and then some of them turn around and do the same crap that night. So we'll see if it's gaslighting
or they do it in their apology stream.
Yeah.
Yes.
They go on apology tours and stuff like that. So like I said, we'll just have to see. I mean, we'll just have to see how, where things go from here, really.
I like Salty's voice. Don't you guys? I think he's got a good voice.
Dude, Salty was open and honest with us last night. He shared stuff about his past.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. I was a little bit shocked.
He shared, and I was like, wow. I was blown away that he was so open with his past.
Well, yeah, see, that's the thing, though. He's new to YouTube. He is new to YouTube. He doesn't understand people will take that shit and use it against him.
Right.
People are shocked that he's doing that because it's unheard of. Because people are fucking mean and hateful and rude.
I mean, the whole reason why people want to hide behind avatars is because of Jim and because people like Jim, who basically will call up your job, try to get you fired, will come to your house. It's like if everyone was like cool and not like assholes, then no one would need to hide behind an avatar. They could just talk their mind.
That expression pisses me off. Nobody's hiding behind an avatar, and I know you're not saying, but guys, in YouTube's terms of service, when you're making an account, it says to protect your personal identity at all costs. That's not hiding. That's being fucking censored.
But aren't you tired?
Enter a chat.
But aren't you tired of being attacked by an avatar? Aren't you tired of that?
I mean, look at my avatar. I don't walk around acting like an idiot, so I really don't get attacked by very many avatars, sir.
Look at my avatar. It's Tim the Enchanter.
He's being a smart ass.
I'm a very literal person, B. Tim. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm messing with you.
Because that was funny shit right there.
Yeah,
I don't get attacked by many avatars, sir.
He said that he's not going to be, he doesn't enjoy being attacked by an egg and a bee, a bumblebee or whatever as an avatar.
Well, I upgraded. I'm a sorcerer now. My avatar is a sorcerer, so that's my plan. So I upgraded my avatar.
Lacey H in the chat just made a good point. Salty is pushing JT on people that JT abused and threatened their children.
Yeah.
You don't need to be an OG YouTuber to know that that is inappropriate and wrong. Lacey, I agree with you.
By the way, Lacey actually has good videos on her channel. I actually used her video on the stream. It was actually pretty good. It talked about Doug being a predator.
I didn't know she has a channel.
Yeah, she's got some, like, it was pretty good videos that she had. Like one was like basically like revealing how Doug basically with his revenge pornography. Another one was like the troll channel it revealed and all that stuff. It's like a pretty good.
We might need a link to her channel. That sounds like a smart person that we.
Yeah.
I mean, can a mod click on go to channel?
That's what I'm trying to do. I just don't know if can y'all still hear me talking?
Yeah.
Oh,
she didn't make she only last video was like last month, but maybe she'll continue to make. But she made 2 videos on Doug, and they're good, and people should watch them. Honestly,
I'll push them out there for everybody to see.
I'll put it in the chat. I mean, I think she did very well in their 2 videos. I think she should make like
Oh, Lacey, is that who it is?
Yeah, Lacey H. Yeah, and I put it in the chat. I mean, like she made 2 videos that kind of like showed Doug in another perspective that people should. And also, like she found out about his troll channel called Molly Go Loosely. That's where I got the information from. That was one of the last videos. So, and then,
and we all posted it at once.
Yeah, but like he literally made a troll channel to troll Molly Go Lightly and other people, and he pretends that he doesn't care about drama, which is funny to see from Doug.
What's it called?
It's Lacey H. I put in the chat.
No, the troll channel.
It's Molly Go Loosely.
Oh God.
That's the troll channel that she found. He actually admitted it on a live stream, and she clipped it and she put it in the video. So that's how. And I actually went there, and I was like, okay.
Poor Molly is a hot fucking mess, man. I can't with that woman.
Yeah, she's making. I mean, like honestly, she's done. I mean, her grift is a lot better than Tyler because she made a lot more money with the whole Vaughn thing. To be honest.
Yeah, her grift is strong, dude.
Her grift,
you guys know. Have you not seen Natasha fucking Cooper? $20,000 for an attorney, $5,000 PayPal pools left and right. She got her audience to pay $8,500.
Yep. That month
for her vacation.
Over $3,100 or over $31,000 that month.
Let me tell you, I sat down and I was doing The Price is Wrong until I got so much heat from other creators about, this is just getting old after a while. So I stopped doing it. But the fans wanted it. We were finding that she was selling items for 3 to 7 times the price. We followed one makeup sale where I added up every price. She netted $4,200 in one makeup sale.
Yeah, you know what though? She's been doing this shit for a long time, and people fucking buy it. People spend their money. Like I said, I used to talk shit about her too, but if people are going to spend their money, you can't tell people how to spend their money. Nope. Yeah. You know what I mean? My problem with spending money to Jim. There was and I'm not going to call her ass out because she goes by her first and last name.
Yeah, she got that hustle.
So I don't want to say her first and the last name. However, I will say she sent money to Jim 2 days or 3 days ago on his live, and then turned around and was in Lance's chat today. Like, oh, that's terrible. He shouldn't have done that. That's just awful. But you're sending fucking money to Jim and pumping his ass up for him to do stupid shit like he's doing.
Why would you send money to a supposed millionaire who has multiple properties? Wouldn't you just do YouTube for free if you're a multimillionaire and you can retire tomorrow?
Right.
Attention. That's
I
why.
mean, I wouldn't donate a dime to a multimillionaire, to be honest with you. I would rather give it to the poor. But that's
He's not a multimillionaire.
Yeah, I know.
What multimillionaire do you know that lives in a fucking 2002 Econo van? I'm sorry.
Sherry, just super
Grandma
chatted you,
Sherry
Queen.
said, best panels ever. I love the Hive. Thank you, Grandma Sherry.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Grandma Sherry, I love you.
I do. She's a full person.
She has a good YouTube channel too. You should check it out. Yeah.
So who all watched Salty last night? Did all you guys watch Salty?
No, I was live at the same time, so I had to go back and watch it after I was when my live was over. But so I didn't get to see most of it actually. Matter of fact, here's Salty right here. I'm glad he came up here. What's up, man? What's happening?
Hello, ladies and people.
Here to talk to the YouTube streets.
Hey, before we get started, before this goes anywhere, Salty, we've never met before, but I want to say you earned some credit in my world when you ended your stream on a giveaway. That means for me, I see your heart, meaning you want to make better. So that I wanted to just say good on you for doing that. That was really impressive last night to watch you do a giveaway when I see so many people taking. So that's the positive I wanted to start on with.
I got a positive. I like Salty's voice when it's not saying things that are crazy. I like your voice, Salty. I think you've got a good broadcast voice.
Well, I appreciate you.
I got a positive. I like salty crackers.
Well, I don't really have a positive, but I just kind of want to know, like, what the hell happened last night? Like, did you just what happened?
So it ended up turning out to be a shit show, and I apologize.
Yeah.
Well, here's my
so where did
my
you do
thing, Salty. You don't need Doug and you don't need Jim. But you seem a little bit confused, like you need to have them to build up. I don't know what you think, what your channel's going to be eventually, but it just seemed to me like you were a little bit confused of whether you should.
Yeah, they need you, actually. They have no content.
And I don't need them to build my channel up. I built it up by myself, and
right. That's what I'm saying.
With the help of Eric. I tried to be the person to give everybody an equal opportunity chance and just be the panel to have a discussion with everybody. But it seems like I was getting played and used. And, I always reach out to you, Queen Bee, if I have a question for your wisdom and your guidance. And I had a long conversation with Eric this morning, and I deeply apologize to him.
Good deal, because he seems like he was pretty upset, and I thought it was kind of bullshit, but I only got to see your stream chopped in half because I was live too at the same time. So I didn't
hurt.
I left last night after he left and got upset. I left. I went over
He
to.
said he cried.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he was pretty upset.
I mean, Eric seemed like a very legit.
Well, you really learn. This is the thing, though. This is the thing. You're new at this, and you're gonna have things that are gonna happen. Like this, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna have streams that are like, damn, that's really shitty, you know? It just, I guess it seems like we're just kind of curious as to like where it's going, because I understand you want to have an open panel. I do the same thing, but it's like you have to have an open panel with a little respect to it as well. You know what I mean? Like,
speaking of respect, chat needs to be
learn.
chill.
You have to make your own mistakes to learn from them. You know what I'm saying? And you got to do what's right for you. You know, you'll know what feels right. But last night, that was really fucked up. So I don't know. I mean, what all happened? I mean, what all happened?
Well, I'm not on Doug or Jim's side. I don't work for Doug or Jim. I wasn't.
Right. You don't want to be in the middle of either one of them.
Yeah. So I figured that I would do my own thing, start my own thing and my own path on my own journey. But I'm still new at this. And
yeah, you are very new.
There's a lot for me to learn.
I gotta keep in mind this is your second live stream, right? This is your second one.
I think it's the third.
Third one. Okay, so yeah.
Salty, whose name is, I see Lacey H asking you to please remove Kate's full name before YouTube has to. Do you have somebody doxxed on your channel, sir?
What happened?
I don't know who doxed to or what was doxed. I know Doug said someone's name. She filed a YouTube complaint for like a privacy, and they gave me 48 hours, and I went in there and I edited it, and I haven't received a strike or a complaint or nothing, so I don't know.
Well, if you edited it,
as long as you edit it out, that's fine. You know what I mean? You just take that little piece out.
Yeah.
So I'm still learning the editing tools behind the back end, and you know, it's a big learning process. It's not this whole thing's not easy at all.
Right.
Yeah, you had a good crowd in there last night. I mean, it was a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, you got a very good crowd. Even like when you were just doing mental illness, like child abuse, you had a pretty good crowd. I just think, like, honestly, Jim and Doug are just trying to suck on you because they have no content, and they're trying to go on you because they need you.
I learned from that. Eric made a good point this morning when we were on the phone, and he said you can't give everybody equal opportunity, and he explained it kind of like, if I was to see an old man walking across the street and someone was beating the shit out of him, do I just stand back and let it happen, or would I interrupt and help the old man out? And that made a lot of sense to me, and I was like, okay, well then when Jim I could just boot him out, or matter. So it's a learning curve.
You cut out in your last line. We didn't hear.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit. Can I ask you to repeat that last part, sir?
Which part? Sorry, I'm in the mountains in Park City right now.
No, the last two sentences you said you roboted out real bad. So you said that he told you if you saw an old man standing there being beat, would you let that happen? And you said that gave you perspective. And then what you said after that, I could not hear.
I would jump in and stop that guy from getting beat up. And he made the point like, well, that's what you need to do when you allow people on your panel. And if they're sitting there bashing someone, you need to get in there and get them out.
Yeah, like how you handled the whole water cooler thing with Jim, how you just kicked him out for his misinformation. I think that's how that was actually a very good move that you did.
Well, see, and this is the thing too. And baby, you'll learn. But you know what? It's your channel, and you have to protect your channel. And the things that he's doing now. See, I know you don't know terms of services and things like that, but we have seen people's channels go down with the snap of a finger. We have, you know what I mean? Like, we've been watching live streams, and immediately the copyright strike goes through, and their whole fucking channel will go down. You only get 3.
Right.
Well,
and if they hit you for
you don't get 3. Depending on offenses, they will strike you and take you out after 1 if it's severe.
If it's bad enough, they can take your channel down with 1. Now, let me tell you something else. If I really wanted to be shitty as hell, I could take Jim's whole fucking channel down right fucking now if I wanted to.
Privacy strikes.
I think
for
you
sure.
should, personally.
Now, anybody that he said their full fucking names, you can do that.
Yep.
But see, I'm not dirty like that. You know what I mean? I think it should be open like you. Everybody should be able to have their say.
Just make sure you download it so when you sue him eventually, you have the evidence. So you play it in court.
Well,
the other
I'm
thing,
saying now is make sure that, you know what I'm saying, you protect your channel, because when they get up there and do that stupid shit, all it takes is for somebody to come up and porn bomb you or show nasty things. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of nasty things that go down on these YouTube streets.
The other thing I wanted to say was, you know how you let Jim up last night and he started immediately in calling Nick Down syndrome Eric Clapton. You do realize that a lot of people in your audience and a lot of your audience watchers have children that have Down syndrome.
Or they themselves are neurodivergent.
Correct. And so that is a big, like last night, that right there could have caused your channel to go down when Jim kept doing that. Had the right group of people been watching it, you could have lost your channel last night because of that.
Or how about the people like me who thought you were a really cool, legit dude and listened to you laugh and smirk at some of those disgusting ass jokes, and it made me question whether or not you're a decent person. And I know my opinion doesn't matter, but instantly I felt disappointed in you. And I know you're new, but I think everybody on the panel who has a channel can agree with me on this. When you come in, if you get a spark and you have a wave you can ride to get your message out to people, there's going to be sharks in that water. And either you're dumb enough to pet them like they're just a really nice seal or a cool looking dolphin, or you are one of them too. And you can either ride your wave and make something of yourself and your channel and your message, or you can get distracted by all this bullshit and allow them to throw you off that wave in with the sharks. And people who are genuine, decent people won't want anything to do with you anymore. And you're going to kill your own momentum before you even get going.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And like I said, I'm still, it's a learning curve for me, and figuring out who's who and what's what and what can I say and what I can't. And it's a big learning curve.
I can give you one rule of thumb that will help you, Salty. If you wouldn't say it in front of your grandmother, don't fucking say it on here, man. If you wouldn't laugh at something in front of your grandma, don't do it.
I'll give you another piece of advice. Don't say anything you're not willing to say during a deposition, because you have to be very careful of everything you say could possibly make you for misinformation, for attacking someone. You have to be very careful, because you could be, people can, I'm not saying you're going to do it, no, not saying that, but there is a possibility someone can go on your panel and then tell a bunch of people to harass someone, and then they do it, and then just like Alex Jones, you're in that same situation. I mean, he's making it, that's my advice. I mean, I made the same mistake. I remember I talked about Elon Musk, and I was like, I questioned if he had Asperger's, and people were like saying, no, you should not do that, and I made that mistake, and I don't do that anymore, even though that might be a belief because videos I've seen, but you don't put that out there. You kind of have to avoid that shit, just the face.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
You need to remember to use a lot of allegedlys, in my opinion.
Yes.
Because
just
otherwise
I'm speculating. Just straight up say it.
Right out, come out. In my opinion, this is my speculation, because otherwise it gets put out there as it's God's honest truth.
And yes, people will clip your channel. They will clip you saying things. You know how it goes, Salty. You know how that is, though. You know what I'm saying? You know what it is, man. All I'm saying is last night, it was a shit show. And I hope it got cleared up. Did you talk to Laura? I mean, she was really fucking hurt. She was really upset. Did you get the opportunity to talk to her? Can you hear me?
I wonder if he's having. Now we can. Go ahead.
No, I'm at 2%, so I'm racing into this market so I can plug my phone.
Oh, it's all good, man. If you gotta let us go, it's all good, man. I'm happy that you guys got stuff resolved and stuff, and hopefully, you lesson learned and you move on.
Oh, definitely lesson learned, and I apologize to every one of you.
Did you talk to
Laura? I got down. I wasn't very happy, but I came straight to you with that. I mean, I was like, damn, he's like a fucking cockroach. He just don't fucking go away.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
We want to see you be successful.
He'll run around to all the shows and jump in and want all the attention.
Yeah, we want to see you excited. We want to see you thrive.
You've got a good thing. You've got a great channel, and we want to see you be successful. So please take this as constructive criticism. We're not just bashing the hell out of you. We want to see you do the best that you can possibly do and bring great things too.
And because listen, Doug went after Lance today, and he went after Ty Corbin. They're both done fucking with him. Lance made a stream today and said he's fucking done. Apparently Doug was drunk and went to Lance and told him he was going to strike his fucking channel and take his channel down. He built his channel. He'll be taking it down. That's exactly what he said to him. So Earthworm Entertainment, whatever, they made up another channel, and it's called like the Calamity something. I'll have to go fucking find it real quick so we can link it. But
how many times have we seen that happen?
And Salty's gone, by the way.
Oh, boo.
Yeah, his phone probably died.
He said he was in the mountains in Park.
I mean,
he said he was in the mountains in Park City.
Yeah, he was trying to run into a store to charge his phone real quick. I guess he didn't make it. But with Queen, we've seen that happen a lot where people group up and they're like, oh, we're going to do this thing, man. And then 2 weeks later, they're at each other's throats and all three have their own channel.
Well, the Doug has a history of that. Remember his last guy he had for the Summer Wells case, I think, went against him. Like,
I don't really watch Doug. Doug irritates my soul.
I don't watch him, but I just, when I was
I can't watch him either. I just can't watch him. There's something about him. As soon as I start watching him, he triggers my anxiety, and he's just like, I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to refer to like Lacey saying, basically,
Lacey, I was gonna say you can email me. Matter of fact, email me the stream and the timestamps, and I will screenshot it and send it straight to him.
Yeah.
And if he needs help editing, Queen, send him my little video that's 3 minutes long that shows him, like, let's get that person's name off that stream. Single mom.
Yeah, for real. Like I said, Jim's like, I want to be on your stream. I want to come up on your channel. Like you said, if I didn't dox you. You already fucking tried to dox me, you dumb fuck.
Salty only uses his phone
Eric.
also.
Eric's in chat.
Hey, Eric.
Hey. What's up, man? Hold on,
Are
you
you
said
feeling
Salty
better,
just called me
honey?
and apologized this morning. I said every single thing said on this panel to Salty. I do believe he heard me, and his apology was sincere, so I'm going to give him another chance. See, that's what's up, man. And I really
Good
hope
job, Eric.
That's
I'm
good.
glad you
And when
I'm
he
glad you
grows
guys
to
can get there.
And when he grows to 100,000 subs, I want you to make an exposed video to start your own channel.
Yeah.
That's the YouTube way, Eric. To
That's
steal his
the real
subs.
YouTube way.
I'm glad that you're feeling better, Eric. I don't even know you, and it was super upsetting.
Everybody was ticked.
My heart hurt for you, Eric. I'm so
Me
sorry.
too. I wanted to cry for you, man. That was really hardcore, and I'm sorry that you got hurt like that. That wasn't right.
I think that girl and I have both been in your shoes a couple of times, Eric, sitting on a panel and having it happen to us. I think that both of us very much saw like that was very tender on our hearts.
Yeah, it sucks to be in that position. And even when people apologize, for me, it still hurts for a few days, you know?
Well, that girl, how do you get your online reputation back?
I say the only way to resolve this Eric and Salty beef is that they have to have a celebrity boxing match in the middle of the desert.
I wish we could. You know what I decided, Voices, is that my actions and who I am should speak loud enough, and my vibe should be clear enough and strong enough that my reputation speaks for itself. And if it's not, then it will be in time. And if it's not in time, that's not my problem. And it took me 4 years to come to that fucking conclusion around YouTube.
Okay, well, I'm barely there.
I've been the same person the whole 4 years. And if you can't see by now my heart and who I am with how naked and honest I am, then that's your loss, not mine. And I really suggest more people, especially people as sweet as Eric, try to adopt that same attitude, because you know who you are. I know who I am. I know who God made me, who my parents raised, blah, blah, blah. Am I perfect? Fuck no. But I'm not a bad person. And I always have been able to prove when somebody's lying about me. And sometimes even with proof, Voices, they're not going to believe you. And that's okay, because your message isn't for them.
And I get that. That's where I'm struggling with, that girl. That's the part that I'm struggling with, is that even though I've shown proof time and time and time and time and time again,
yeah,
and it doesn't matter how much I change myself or
I've watched you for a while. I'm one of the people that watches quietly a lot. You know that, because I'll blow you up in your comments sometimes in the middle of the night.
I know.
Your temper, your short fuse gets the best of you, and it dulls your love message, because some of the shit you say, although at the time it is hilarious, I have a horrible sense of humor. I understand why people laugh at the things they shouldn't.
Right.
I was around death every day in, day out for a decade. You laugh at shit you shouldn't, or you go crazy, you know? So I get it, but until your positivity speeds faster than the wrath, you're always going to have that problem.
It's
because
been like
your
that my whole
wrath,
life.
I believe you. I believe you because it's like instant. I even said, and I didn't end up adding it to a video, but I even said that I wouldn't want you busting on me. Some of the shit you say, though it's silly, like I wish you a life of stepping on Legos barefoot and riding the arch, you know, blah, blah, blah. Even though it's the stuff, how easily it flows off of your tongue into people's ears is the issue.
I know. It's been my downfall for 46 years.
You've got to find a way to, if at all possible, of course, right? Because we all have our limitations, but we all have to find a way to soften our messages if we really truly care to be heard, no matter who we are. And your anger and wrath is fucking a sharp sword, girl. And it ain't even in the sheath. So maybe you need to, you know, like that's where you fuck yourself, dude, because you get mad and you go off. You get mad, you go off, you speak your truth, and you don't layer in all parts of your truth. You just speak what's on your mind right that second with the wrath of fucking Satan, and it's over. And that you can't just take back. Like that's one thing I learned at the funeral home. Once something's said, you can't unsay it. Once something's gone, you can't get it back.
My son said that, and he was like in high school, and I was like, wow, are you really saying that to me?
Your son has an old soul, right?
Yes, he does, and he got it from his father. But yeah, he's like, once it's out there, Mom, you can't take it back.
Yeah, well, you can't. What did I say in my stream when I was pissed off the other day? You can't untoast the motherfucking toast. Once, you know, you can't. Once the bread
toast is burned, you can't undo it.
Yeah, you know, and we all.
You cannot untoast the bread.
Yeah. After my brother died, Spirit really led me to soften my message because my eyes were then open to a part of the world that even though I knew it was there, my soul had not experienced the crushing weight of it. And I felt like I was drowning and I really needed to be heard. And I feel like Spirit really led me to rearrange my words and my passions. And it is something you really have to ask for and want. And I feel that want in you, Voices. So try to let go of that anger, because when you're with the right people, baby, you don't need those defense mechanisms. You don't need that anger because
you ain't gotta have that wall up all the time.
Yes, you have your back.
Exactly.
Spirit has your back. You know,
Do you know what today is? Do you know what today is, that girl?
No, I don't.
1 year ago, my mom died. Today.
Oh,
sorry about that.
The fact that you just gave me, like, the minute you said that, it resonated so deeply.
Now you got me crying, bitch.
oh,
pussy. Oh, but you can ask Queen. I have to come to her and be like, Queen, should I be protecting myself right now? And she'll be like, girl, calm down. So maybe you
clip the whole crying part, so when we make the exposed video on Queen Bee, we can say that she made her cry.
But yeah,
thank you, Tim. We all needed that laugh. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
But for real, soften that defense mechanism and let the world enjoy the layers underneath that hard exterior, and know that if somebody hurts you, it's not an instant reason to pucker back up and suck back in your pearl. It's a reason to let people see the beauty of that pearl more, because from pain does come beauty and learning and growth and all these things that when we act defensively, we will never have the chance to experience. And you're 46, so you and I aren't far away in age, and we are midlife, mama. This is midlife. Yes. Average life expectancy is what, like 68, 70 now? We're 72. Beyond mid.
I was going to tell you, Eric, you're wrong. I don't want to. I don't want to make you feel like you're forced. Like, you know, Black Dove said, I basically forced him to come up on my channel.
God.
I'm just saying the link is pinned, Eric. If you'd like to come up, you're welcome to come up. I was live yesterday while you guys were live, so I missed the live stream as it was going on. I had to go back and watch it. And then Laura was live as well, so I was trying to catch up on both of them. And so anyway, Salty was just here. His phone died. And I seen that you guys apologized to each other. So I just wanted to let you know I am kind of keeping up with what you're saying. But you are welcome to come up here if you'd like to.
Tell them the truth. You have a blackmail dossier on all of us. You forced us on this battle. Tell the truth, Queen Bee.
You should see some of the shit she holds over my head. Why do you think I come up here so much? I'm a bootlicker,
I'm
dude.
busted.
She forced me to make her the paper bee.
She said she would poke Voice's eye out so she could never
Yep.
crack again unless she made her a gangster.
You got
bee.
like a sweatshop under your house making Jim Terry Waterboy shirts now. You're planning on that's your plan.
Oh,
Dude,
Queen,
is he
look.
really bald? I've never seen him with his hat off. Is he really bald?
I think so. Some Beach's
Absolutely
birthday's
bald.
tomorrow, Queen. Did you see that? Some Beach is having a birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday.
Oh, happy early birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
That's my girl.
Queen Bee is the mafia leader. Yeah.
That's
don't you know
right.
we all sell crack?
Fuck around and find out. Queen Bee and the Mafia Hive. Fucking play around over here.
Oh man, you guys, I gotta go be productive. I haven't even had breakfast yet. I love you, Queen. Voices, I'm glad Spirit and your mother made it where we could talk today. B-Tim, you're really cool. And the lady with the
Thank
K, it was nice to meet you. I hope everybody has a good day. And I'll try to extend some grace to Salty, man. But if this bites me in the butt, I'm gonna hold you all personally responsible.
Well,
I'm having trust issues now. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll give him another shot, but I'm having a little bit of trust issues.
I'll be glad to be in your exposed videos for trusting Salty. I'm joking.
Ranger said Eric spoke at the beginning of the stream last night extensively about the importance of forgiveness and is a man that lives up to his word. He's our mod leader and we love him. He seems like a really gracious man for sure. All right,
Well,
you
yeah,
guys.
and that's why I was, and making sure he knew it was okay to come up if you wanted to, because, he actually tried to.
Last
stop.
night wasn't the first day that it seemed like things were going a little south.
Yeah, and he did try to sway, the conversation back to Dylan, back to, you know what I'm saying? Like he's like, come on, I don't want to hear about Laura. I don't care to hear about Laura. I don't care. You know what I mean? And he kept trying to bring it back to where it should have been. I did notice that.
Yeah.
He was trying to keep the conversation on track.
But what was it, like a couple nights ago, he had this whole, his show was supposed to be about, false prophets, preachers, religion. I don't know exactly.
I was so annoyed I missed that live because I would have just
it turned into kind of a nothing burger. They kind of went into it a little bit and then it got derailed somehow. And then here comes the double K into the chat. And the day before or something, I think, the Roach Motel pastor, he was on there, and I think he did that whole thing to get sympathy after he came on this show.
Yeah, I have no sympathy.
That's what it was. That's I'm like.
I mean, I didn't even get into the fact that he sells knives on his Facebook channel, on his Facebook page, or he gets an affiliate page.
Wait, Tyler sells knives?
Yeah, he sells knives. He has a knife with crosses on it. He has one. I think he has
What?
2 knives. Yeah.
Huh.
It says here, EHUD series. Very excited.
What the hell? I thought it was coffee.
Oh, he also sells. It looks like he either gets an affiliate code or he gets like some sort of. Maybe he makes the knives, or maybe he's just advertising. I don't know, but he has knives. Pre-order your knives today, $175, and before that, he had a knife for like almost $400. Actually, yes. If you scroll down, you can see one for like Father's Day one. So I didn't even get that. I could have easily wanted that.
Well, you're allowed to sell things, but it's.
Well, you're supposed to file a 990T form if you're selling other things that's outside the business. So, for instance, if a church wanted to make a billboard to, like, let's say you own a billboard and you open it up for like Dunkin' Donuts to advertise there, and they're paying you an income, you're supposed to file a 990T form because you're supposed to pay 21% tax rate. If you're renting out your church for an extended period of time, like for 5 days a week, and you're renting it out because you only use it 2 times, you're supposed to file a 990T form. If he ever gets sued, or if he ever, like, the IRS ever goes to his YouTube channel and sees all the channels on missing people, he's going to be in trouble. And
here's a question I have for you. Does he have an actual building, or is he just an online?
It's online. It's online. That's why I didn't want to get too much into it, because I know a little bit where his online business is, and that would be bordering on doxing if I said it. So that's why.
No, I mean, is the church an online church, or does he have an actual church building? Are you saying he's just an online pastor?
Yeah, for his 501c, for his charity, I'll keep on messing. It's an online pastor. Yeah, it's online, and he also works, I think, as another job as a pastor in another church as well, in person church, and he also works as a, I think.
It was awfully strange that his two compadres were over into Salty's chat when he was having that whole,
Yeah, I mean, he admitted on this live that all the super chats, all the money goes to his 501c3. So he admitted that on the live. Everything goes there.
That becomes money laundering. You can't do it that way.
Well, he's supposed to. I think he should file a 980T for his YouTube channel. And I think most likely, I mean, like, I wish I forgot to ask him, like, what his operational cost was for the charity, which is basically how much it costs to run the charity. Like salaries, like accountants or stuff like that are part of the operational cost.
Right.
I didn't get a chance of that, unfortunately.
Because I have a nonprofit as well. Yeah. Now, it has nothing to do with YouTube, but when I make a donation into the nonprofit, I have to source my funds.
Yeah.
He has a bus like Jim Baker.
What's that?
Donnie Brasco. He has a bus like Jim Baker.
Oh my God.
In the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, and the reason why I don't want to get too much, because I have to wait until I actually see the records, because unfortunately he's like, it's not filed yet with the free site that lets you see all the billing information for the charity. So I don't know what he paid what. So I can't really get into that until I get the IRS. I'm probably going to wait another 2 months.
I don't think I even want to go into. I don't think I want to know any more than what has already been stated. I think that I'm just going to. Not my circus, not my monkeys, and I'm going to keep my.
That's what my mother. That's what my mother says all the time. So I'm used to that saying.
No, I mean, what I'm talking about is when Salty had a live going about it. Not
Mm-hmm.
It kind of went. He kind of got into it a little bit, and then we got off of that, and I'm like, did you all see the whole Roach Motel after he was on a panel that he was in? I think he did that for sympathy, and you know what? That's my opinion. I'm just saying. And then here comes double, his compadres in there in the chat because they knew, stuff was going down over there. And
yeah. I mean, he watched.
It was very odd, and it looked a little scandalous to me because every time I was in the chat, trashing Jim,
yeah,
I was getting deleted, and I was like, "Ho, wait a minute, what's going on here, Salty? You know what I mean? What are you being salty? What's going on here?"
Well, I mean, like the thing is that I knew that I didn't realize this until after I talked to Tyler. I realized that he was watching our stream beforehand because he knew about the coffee thing, and he also knew about us making fun of him. So he was watching Queen Bee's stream earlier, and I think people were asking him questions about, like, I heard from someone on this channel that they were asking him questions about a 501c3, and that's why he jumped on so quickly, because he was just wanting to talk about that, and he wanted to kind of try to save his image. So he was actually watching the stream earlier on that one. But.
Yeah, and it was just strange. The whole thing was strange. I ended up leaving because I was like, okay, you start this off because you're wondering about what's going on with this, and then we get out of it, and then one of them ends up on panel, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? I even put in the chat, this is scandalous. Bye.
Yeah, I think I wish he was just open and honest with his chat, and I wish honestly he should. My opinion is, if you have a 501c3 and you're covering missing people, I think you should donate the money to the missing families that you're covering. And
I'm in full agreement with that. Your monetization. I believe your monetization should be turned off. The only PayPal or Cash App or Venmo or whatever that's dropped belongs to the missing families because this is their story. This is their loved one.
Well, My opinion is that he has a charity, and if his charity is for like helping people, why doesn't he? And if it's about missing person, why does he direct the money to other sources? Why not direct it straight to the missing families that he's covering? Why hasn't Dylan's family gotten one dime from all these? Because he says all super chats, all memberships, all sales of the coffee, everything that he does under the 501c3 is a charity. So why not go to the missing people that you're covering? And then he probably can get away with saying, oh, this is a charity, and I always donate straight to the missing people. And he might be able to avoid filing a 990T if he did that. Maybe I'm giving him ideas. I'm just saying that would probably be your best option, and because then that would be easily. And I would suggest him go to an attorney or accountant to make sure and everything's fine. Because I don't think you should take advice from people on YouTube. I think you should go to lawyers and accountants. But I'm just giving him a suggestion. He should do that. But that's my opinion.
That would be a great place for him to start doing some research. I think that is a great idea, Tim.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah, that's my opinion on that. I think he really needs to go to those just to make sure, and I think he should direct all the money to the missing people, and I think he should just really remove the toxic elements from like Jim and all these people. But yeah,
oh, they're in love with Jim over there. What are you talking about? He's a great guy.
Like the most shocking
what are you talking about?
Yeah, and the most shocking thing I heard was like he literally said like one of my members had someone found in 4 hours, and then like Good Egg was like Jesus Christ, and she was like, oh, and then she was like literally like, how did you find out this information? He's like, oh, Jim told me. I'm like, oh my god, it's like, oh my god. I was like, that was the most shocking thing to me the entire time. That was the most shocking answer I heard. But yeah, that's what my opinion on Tyler. And with Jim, I just don't think it's worth. The reason why I don't jump on and talk to Jim, because it wouldn't be a conversation. It would just be yelling at Jim, and the audience has already picked their sides. There's people that hate Jim, and there's people that like Jim, and you're not going to change their opinions if you jump on it and debate them, because they're not honest. They only want to see like an accident. They only want to see drama. It's like they're
only there for the blow up, the train wreck.
Yeah. And that's
like, all they're there for.
Yeah, and it's like if you're not going to have an honest conversation where people's willing to change their minds about their opinions on things and willing to change, what's the point of the conversation but just being, entertainment at that point and just a blowout, And I just didn't, I don't think he has any place. I don't think Jim has any place on any investigation with Dylan or any missing person, because he's just a drama. He's worse than a drama YouTuber, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, I can say that I worked with him on the Rebecca Brassati case.
Okay.
Out of Missoula, Montana. And I will tell you that we needed somebody like him in that case because, A, it was very rural. B, law enforcement was very good. It is very good old boy clubby.
Yeah.
And C, it's a small town. So whereas he did good on that case and he was able to find the person that the husband used to take a hit out on the parents and connect him with everybody else. I will say that Jim does have some good qualities. But what I'm seeing is something that happens. I would
disagree with that. But I would disagree with the good qualities.
And that's okay.
The problem is he's not discreet. And
he was. You have to understand that he was. What I'm seeing is that YouTube is doing to him what it does to a lot of us when you first come on. It brings out your negative and it amps it up 10 times as bad because there's the people that are sitting in the chat that are only there for the train wreck and the bullshit.
Yeah, but why is he bringing out text messages from a missing boy's mother? Tyler put them on there.
I don't agree with doing that. I don't agree with doing that.
That's personal information that no one should be knowing about.
It's kind of like something you would do when you first start and you screw up. You shouldn't be doing that with like a 40,000 person subscriber base or something like that.
Correct. I don't agree with putting out personal text messages between when you're working in a professional capacity on a missing persons case, and then you no longer work on it and putting that out. That should be all covered under your release of information clause.
Yeah, I actually thought Black Dove might leave because he got him up there and he goes, I wanted to go through these texts with you. And he said, what texts? And he said, well, these texts I got from Jim and Candace's conversation. And Black Dove immediately, I was like, this is not right. I kept thinking, this is just not right. And then Black Dove goes, are you sure it's okay? And he was like, yeah.
I mean,
like, wow.
I just want to ask Salty, maybe he'll jump in. Like, did Jim ever apologize for attacking your son? Because I understand you forgiving him and you forgive him for his transgressions.
Jim said he didn't say that.
He didn't.
Jim said he did not say that. And
I
he
don't
goes,
think.
yeah, you did. He said, actually, you said you were going to RAPE my son. And he's like, well, I didn't know you had a fucking 11-year-old son or whatever.
Yeah, and he never apologized. I mean, like, my thought process on forgiveness, and I'm sorry to change the subject. My thought process on forgiveness, the other person has to say sorry and actually show that they're willing for you to forgive them. There has to be like a middle. Like, you can't go completely over to the other side. They have to be in the middle. So I don't believe in actually forgiving Jim until he apologizes publicly for what he's done to you, Salty. And I don't think it's a good idea to apologize and, to accept them. It just shows, because he has to show that he's changing. And if he doesn't want to change, then, but it's your prerogative if you want. But I just think I would never forgive someone who's never apologized to me and calls me a liar. But that's my opinion. I just want to be honest. If someone called me a liar and threatened my kid and never apologized, I would never forgive them. That's my opinion. But I don't know, this chat just got silent.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, like I said,
right.
I haven't heard the conversation. All we have is Jim's word against Salty's word. The conversation has never been played. The recording has never been played. So at this point, really, it's basically hearsay, one against the other. You know what I mean?
But
Jim
I have a
he didn't say it, and Salty's saying, yes, the fuck you did say it.
Yeah, but didn't you say, Jim, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Quincy.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
Didn't you say that he'd never thought your son was that old? So basically he admitted that he said it, but he didn't know that he was that young?
Yeah, that's pretty much how I took it.
Yeah, so he basically said it, and he admitted it, but he's basically backtracking because he's worried that there's a recording out there. That's my opinion on that matter. So he probably did say that to Salty, and he's just scared shitless that a recording might be released, and he's trying to backtrack as much as possible, saying, well, he's actually over 18 or something. And that's what Jim is doing, because he even knows that is a line that's too much to cross. That's my thought process. I think, Salty, you should never forgive anyone unless they say, I'm sorry. That's my opinion. And if you want to come on and just refute me, I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know. And I have nothing against you, Salty. I'm just saying that I would never forgive someone who would not be sorry.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is Tim like the male version of Good Egg?
No, because Good Egg is better.
Good Egg is better?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You are so, you are very smart. You are very well-rounded. I'm very much enjoying this. Very much enjoying this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Queen,
this is like, I have an open panel. Like, I keep an open panel. I try to almost every stream,
This
because
is amazing, Queen Bee.
and anybody's welcome to come up. Anybody that wants to add to the conversation, as long as you're respectful and you're not doxing, you're welcome to come up here. You know what I mean? I've always been that way.
We're going to hold you to that, Salty. I don't know if you want to do that.
I think I'm going to believe Salty. I'm going to jump and believe that Salty probably will not let JT, because Jim Terry is he thinks that people need him, but no one needs Jim Terry. Jim Terry has no content. He doesn't even want to travel to Montello. If he actually goes to the town where Dylan is,
he doesn't get up off his fucking couch.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, Doug too. Doug is trying to send other people because he's a failed auditor. He's a failed wrestler. He's a failed debt solution manager. He's a failed comedian. I've seen the comedian videos. I've seen his wrestling video. He's failed at everything in his life, and he's going to be a failed YouTuber eventually. And Jim is going to be he's going to get the large audience now, but when the Dylan case goes down, it's going to basically be he's going to get maybe like 100 people watching him just to see him explode. That's
one of the pieces in the glue that's been holding it together is Black Dove. That's the only reason I followed him around to every channel.
Yeah,
I love it.
Black Dove. I found Black Dove over on a channel that I'd never heard of last night.
Yeah, Black Dove needs to get rid of Doug and get rid of Tyler and get rid of Jim and just start his own shit because they're fucking. I'm sorry.
I know. I wished he would have done that early on. He'd have had a big channel.
Yeah,
I mean, love Black Dove.
He needs to do what Salty did. Make his own channel. Forget these guys. These guys need him for content. And
right.
it's just because they have.
Why they all they were all arguing over him. Well, you went on this channel, you went, and I thought, oh boy.
Also, I mean, like let me make it like a greed YouTube thought process here, and no one hold it against me. Why would you make money for other people on their channel? Why don't you make, like, this is like the greedy version of me. Like, you're making money for Doug, you're making money for Tyler, his charity. You're making money for Jim. Make money for, start your own YouTube channel so you can actually do maybe, and if you don't want to pocket the money, you can just donate it to your charity of your choice, save the whales or something. But,
I don't think he wants the drama. He's seen it.
Well, welcome to YouTube. There's always drama. I mean, I'm sorry. Nothing in this world has no drama. Even food eating challenges have drama. Like, there's nothing in this world that doesn't have a little bit of drama. It's how you handle it, and if you're an adult about it, Are you gonna have
the knitting community?
The food eating, there's like an actual, like, how fast you can eat food, and there's actual drama in there.
That's crazy.
Knitting community is
beer. No, I'm talking about eating community, like fast food eating, like how fast you can eat food competition, But
what I'm saying is the knitting community on YouTube is cutthroat. There's drama in the knitting community.
Luckily, Sleuth Mom has not done the sewing stream, so she's safe. Because I remember I talked to Sleuth Mom, and originally she wanted to do the sewing, just sewing. So good luck she didn't do the knitting. She would have been in drama, like the drama of the knitting. That would have been kind of funny. But there's always drama, and people. I mean, like, but in my opinion, it's like there's a difference between like drama, like stupid drama, and actually telling the news. And I think a lot of times what Queen Bee does, people say, "Oh, she's a drama channel." It's like, no, she's actually informing the public about newsworthy things that people want to know about. So it's kind of like it's like the member of the press a little bit when it comes to that. And it's important that people tell factual information. And I think of Jim Terry as like a yellow journalist. And if you know the history of yellow journalism used to be lies that were printed out when the telegram was invented. And because of the lies printed out, it actually started the Spanish-American War because of misinformation. So it's like, it's kind of important to be factual about it and actually be not just say anything for views or anything. You have to be willing to sit through a deposition and defend yourself if you're, what you're saying. So, that's my thought process.
Well, and another thing too is about the Jim thing. If more people stopped having him on their panels, it would force him to go onto his own fucking channel and spew his own bullshit over there, and it'll be easier to get his ass to shut the fuck down too.
Right. Yeah, and
I agree.
I can't watch his stream. I mean, like, I can't, unless someone's commenting, insulting him, I can't watch his stream because his streams are the most boring shit I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, Ellen, I was like, girl.
Yeah, I can't stream him. I was in such a bad mood. I was in a bad mood for 2 fucking days after that.
When she went sexual on him, I was like, get him.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Yeah, and I agree with Delaney. She says this goes beyond doxing. This is, she says.
Oh, you mean Ellen? When Ellen Berg went off on him?
Yes.
Oh, I fucking loved it. I loved every second of it.
She went sexual, and I was like, that's what I would have, that's right where, Yep.
Yeah.
That's where it needed to go with him because of his foul mouth,
Yeah, but I don't think it's like, honestly, in my opinion to people, and this might sound a little weird coming from me, I don't think anyone should actually go on his show and confront him because you're giving him content for his shitty channel. If he doesn't have actual people that are going on him to confront him, no one's going to actually watch him eventually. I think people should just avoid talking to him and just let him die out in his shitty little channel, make him say his rant and say stuff, and then report him when he actually doxes someone and when his channel gets deleted. And then, or record it for a lawsuit. I think when people go there and confront him, they're giving him content so people will actually be attracted to watch it. That's what I think.
Yeah, he doesn't even let anybody talk.
Yeah.
He cusses them out, hangs up.
Yeah, it's a reason why I haven't talked to him. I could have easily called him on a phone.
It's weird.
I mean, I could easily have called him on a spoof phone. I could have insulted, but it's like, I'm giving you content. Why would I give you content so more people will go to your channel? If I go on someone's channel, I have to like the channel. I like Queen Bee's channel. That's why I go on Queen Bee's channel. I like Smooth Bomb's channel. That's why I go on sometimes. It's like I go on people's channel because I like them. I don't go on their channels because I hate them. It's stupid.
I was going to say, I like Sleuth Mom too. Oh, and you know what? He had the fucking nerve. Another thing that pissed me off last night was when he went for Zav Girl. He's like, oh, she's what did he call her? Some kind of a drug, something.
A drug whore. That's what started. Jim called Zav Girl a drug whore, and that's
Wow.
where the line was
And
drawn.
that's a bunch of
because
bullshit.
Zach,
Yeah,
like that's
she's
where
not.
Salty said, "You don't call women that word," but then Jim went on to call Laura a "see you next Tuesday," and that was accepted.
Yeah, I think that's very disgusting because I looked at Zav Girl. I think she's a nice young lady that basically.
Yeah, you
I
can't,
like that girl. I
you
think
can't
she's
get into
nice.
that.
You know,
She
I
is
think,
a good
Everybody get
mom.
into that.
I think she made a mistake by having Jim, but she didn't know the information about Jim. And I think generally she tries to be a nice person. I also like her co-host. I think Bella Lugosi.
Everybody has a past. Everybody has chapters that aren't read aloud.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah.
We all know this. We're all fucking adults.
Yeah, and also I just think they're very nice people, and I think like it shows the character of Jim to attack people.
Oh my God, Candace, did he really?
What did Candace say?
He called her a drug addict prostitute.
Yeah, he calls all women drug addict prostitutes. I'm surprised he didn't tell. I'm surprised he didn't call everyone in the panel a drug addict prostitute yet. You know, that's next.
Women are one of two things in Jim's world. You're either a drug addict prostitute or you're a fat middle-aged housewife that sits around on YouTube all day.
I'm waiting for the man. The man.
Well, that's why he don't have a woman, does he?
Has he ever insulted a guy?
I don't think he has a woman. I mean,
no, his
mouth would, yeah.
I don't think he's ever assaulted a guy yet with a bad. Has he ever said anything bad about men?
Gay.
I mean, that's not really an insult, to be honest. Yeah. That's not an insult, actually. That's just a preference of what people.
That's just what he says. I mean,
he uses it as an insult. He uses homophobia as an insult. He uses disabilities or being born differently as an insult. I mean, he has a third grade. He has a third grade persona, the schoolyard asshat.
I mean, like, I think it's just a perspective. I think it's like he grew up and he saw as gay as like an insult to manliness, and it's because he still holds that on. It's like my thought process of people being gay is basically a sexual preference. There's nothing wrong with it, so I don't see it as an insult at all.
Now look, was somebody saying that his brother's gay?
I don't know anything about his. I never even looked into his family because I didn't want to really look into. I don't look into people's families, to be honest with you.
I'm looking in chat to see if anybody knows. I don't. It seems like I saw that somewhere.
Oh, he's saying okay. So Candace is saying his own brother is gay, and he claims he doesn't know gay guys.
Okay, maybe that's what triggers him.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't. It looks like I've seen some videos someone posted a while ago. And I don't know anything about his brother. I'm hoping that he's not like Jim and he's kind of like far, far away from how Jim acts. But but I never would talk about the guy, even if because he hasn't done anything yet. So I don't really talk about that guy. I do think he has a YouTube channel, but I'm not sure. His brother. No one should be promoted Jim Terry on a channel if they care. Well, everyone just thinks about the numbers when they promote Jim Terry. They basically just think about the numbers, but think about this much. He's gotten 2 channels deleted so far.
He has.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, he's gotten 2 channels deleted because he's been saying doxing information. I've heard he had 2 channels deleted, small little channels that let him on because he starts saying doxing information and they get flagged enough, they basically get taken down. So he's got 2 channels deleted. So
that right there should be enough to let anyone know if you let him on your panel, you're risking your channel.
That's why I will not let him up here. Like I said, he's a fucking liability. He ain't got no goddamn home training, and no, we don't dox his family. I ain't never doxed his family, and I don't care to dox his family. I don't want to get into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I agree with that. I don't really care I don't care if his brother's gay or not. That's something he's got to deal with. Or whatever. That's his own business. I don't care shit about his family.
I think he's just like 40 years old and he's grown up like at that time.
He's my age. He's 46. You have to understand, 46. I've known the man for a number of years.
Oh, you known him? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I've known him for a number of years. I knew him starting when he played football.
Yeah, I wasn't here.
He wasn't here when you came up. Yeah, he has no idea. So listen, Tim. Voices has a history with him. They worked on a case together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I worked on 4 cases with him, but I originally met him when I was dating one of the Billings Outlaws, and they all know each other. This whole circle of arena football people, like this goes back to like 2007 with Jim. I've known him that long.
Wow.
I had no idea he was coming into the missing persons world until he messaged me one day about, there's a case that's local to me, Devontae Richardson. Devontae would be 30 now. African-American, came from Washington, D.C. out here to this little rural town that I live in to meet Kanye West. And Jim, that's where we reconnected, was on Devontae's case.
Okay. So how was his attitude back then? Was he like this, or was
like I said, when I said that about earlier, when I said, what I'm seeing is that when Jim came to YouTube and started getting his own channel, it's doing what it does to a lot of us, and it's bringing out his negative qualities. Like, I'm seeing a side of him that I didn't know existed, other than when they were playing football and they would be down and it was a gruff football game.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'm seeing a different side of him. Like, well, I came up here, the first time I came up here, I come up here swinging fucking 3 baseball bats, whacking at people because they were talking poorly about my friend.
Okay, I get your point of view, because if you're friends with them, you don't want people talking shit about them. So
right. I was like, you guys, you're not, like, what are you talking about? You guys are smearing this man. Yeah. And then I did my research. I started listening to what they said. I started following along with the research process that was being put out. I sat in these streams extremely quiet, afraid to open my mouth to be like, oh God, I was wrong. Y'all were right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That's actually a very good thing that you actually change your mind with new information stuff. A lot of people wouldn't do that, but that's crazy. I mean, I kind of feel bad for you, because at one point you were friends with him and everything was cool, and then now, like, you're in a situation where you were put in this awkward situation.
Like I said, worked 4 cases together.
Yeah.
And I mean, we made major strides in these cases. We're able to bring out good information, legitimate information. And now, here's my fear. Like, I know that he has a good side to him, but nobody's going to be able to see that goodness. Exactly what that girl was saying with me, I can see it with Jim as well. And my new fear is that when the hype of the Dylan Rounds case wears down and he gets another case, how much damage is he going to automatically impact and inflict on it, because he's going to turn the research over to his audience. Yeah. We all know that that's coming. And
you're kind of alerting the suspects by giving up all the evidence, that you shouldn't be talking about online.
That's exactly it. That's my biggest problem, is how much of this information is actually keeping a suspect 2 steps ahead.
I mean, like, this information I get, I don't report. I'm like, okay, go to the police. Make sure to go to the police. Don't tell a YouTuber. If you think there's a crime being committed, please call the police or report to them. Don't tell the YouTuber. No,
that's our responsibility as a YouTuber.
Yeah.
To be like, no, that does not belong on YouTube. You need to take that to law enforcement.
Yeah.
Because if everybody had in the back of their mind that all of this work that's happening is going for the justice for the victims, to get that into the law and justice aspect of, like, the criminal aspect of it, get it into the court system, the judicial system, then people would be a little more cognizant of all the bullshit that's being put out on the YouTube streams.
Yeah.
And what needs to be put out are facts. And if you're speculating, it needs to be very clear. This is my speculation. This is from my opinion, from my educated aspect. This is what I see. Yeah. Because too many people think, oh, I heard it on YouTube. It's God's honest truth.
Yeah. And I think it's also a lot of misinformation. I mean, like, to be completely honest with you guys, I mean, like, there's like so many counter theories, and there are all these like things being said about Dylan Rounds. I have no idea. Like, there's so many things I'm like confused about, a lot, even the timeline sometimes, because someone says this and the water cooler, and the tracks and the boots, and you just sit there and you're like, if for a normal person that might jump on a stream once to just be like, oh, what's going on with Dylan Rounds? They would be completely out of it unless they watch 15 streams.
Right.
You know,
Imagine if you were just somebody who heard about it, you know, it maybe came up in your Facebook feed. So you go to YouTube and you type it in and you happen to get one of those shit streams that doesn't go off of fact, that goes off of just opinion and speculation, but doesn't say it clearly.
Yeah.
Imagine the amount of misinformation that person just got on the case.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and also you just basically like the person might not even bother watching anymore because they're just confused and they have no idea what's going on, and they just move on to the next case. And I also like to remark on one thing, like he keeps on saying like he's made the case, the Dylan Rounds case. I've heard from a lot of people like because of him that not a lot of people want to even cover the Dylan Rounds case, and because they basically don't want to be involved in what, you know, with Jim. They don't want to be involved with Tyler. So they actually made the case a lot smaller, and they screwed you know, this family. I mean, besides the blackmail and information that he's released on his family and attacks on his family.
Well, I'm sorry, but what people aren't realizing is that when you fuck with the victims, the family that can be considered covered under the victim's umbrella.
Yeah.
Like you are opening yourself to a whole nother set of rules where they're not in Jim's favor. All of those rules are in the families that are left behind's favor.
Yeah, and it's very sad, and I hope they don't do it with Aiden Clune, because I feel like they're going to try to do that with him, because like Jim worked that case as well, but he took money from them and then basically lied to the parents about like, oh, I only do one case at a time, and he just moved on and he did the Dylan Rounds case. So and then he started saying things like she's getting the mental institution or something like that, and other information. So I worry that he's going to jump on to every single person he's ever worked with and do, like, if it's famous enough, and try to put that on YouTube to mess with the families and try to make YouTube dollars. That's my worry, the whole thing. You know?
That ties right in with the concern that I was voicing. So, and really the only option that we have is to get this out there ahead of time and get ahead of the next case, because we might not be able to cause any less damage to Dylan's case. But what we can do is prevent damage from happening.
Oh, I agree with that. And also, I agree that someone should sue him. Like, I think Wadsworth, they have definitely a lawsuit. They should immediately, like, honestly, they should sue the shit out of him. I think there's a lot of people that have lawsuits, and I think they should just all sue him.
What about the law firm that he fucked with this whole situation? What about that whole law firm?
If that information is false, he should be sued too. I think he should. That's the main way you're going to stop people like that. And I think it would be very interesting, because it'd be funny if like they actually pulled Doug and Tyler as witnesses to the case, and maybe even sue them for having them on the panel, because they basically were able to say this misinformation and they never checked them.
Well, so they would be considered co-conspirators after the fact.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a civil term or a criminal term. I don't know. It seems I don't know what you would call it, but I think like it would be something out of the Alex Jones situation, where you basically have someone who's been harassing these people in real life and taking their income, and you helped it. And also, a lot of people don't realize that Jim also attempted not only to dox Sleuth Mom, but actually try to have her swatted by claiming that Dylan Rounds was in her house and someone should do something about that.
That ain't cool.
You know what I mean? Like, he says that he wants to reveal people's information, but he was literally encouraging people to go to her house or call the police to go to her house because a missing person's there.
Oh my God, Queen. This is like, Jim Terry is like Truthy and Oni and Swill all rolled up into one shit ball of a fucking person.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he said that, I think it was
my live last night. I was like, we thought Swill was bad. And then all of a sudden, God was like, nah, here's another shit bag, and dropped Jim Terry in our fucking lap.
Hold my beer and watch this shit. Have y'all met Jim Terry?
Yeah. It's just really bad. I mean, like, what the guy's doing is really bad. And I think like the only way you're going to really stop him is to make it unprofitable and have him sued. Even if you don't win the lawsuit and you just sue him, I think that's probably a good idea. Just so he has to spend time to be deposed.
Swatting's dangerous.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Swatting is absolutely dangerous.
Innocent people get shot and stuff.
Yeah, and he continues to say it. Like he continues to say, "Well, Sleuth Mom's related to the mother," and he tries to connect like some sort of conspiracy there, and no one calls him out on it on the live because they're all sycophants. You know, like the guy is really a scumbag, and he's going to get someone hurt in the future. And I hope that no one gets hurt. But I think the only way you got to stop this guy from doing that is to make it unprofitable and eventually sue his ass. Honestly. Because this guy is, because we can't put him on criminal charges, but that, God damn it, you can sue him civilly for what he's done. And if he thinks that he can just say, well, because I heard it from a friend or a rumor, say that in front of a lawyer that's going to question you for 7 hours. Because lawyers can ask you questions for 7 hours. You have no insurance. And even if all your businesses are all your houses are incorporated into corporations, they're going to find your property and they're going to take it eventually if you say you have nothing. Or you're going to have to claim bankruptcy. And I think there's a lot of people that have lawsuits on his ass. And I think they should absolutely sue him. Absolutely. Yep. And I don't know if you can actually get Tyler, and I don't know if you can get, Doug too. And maybe if you can connect the dots, maybe, but it would definitely stop people like Doug and Tyler from putting people.
Well, see, and the bad part about it is they do it on YouTube, on the internet, where it's going to be here forever. They can never deny it, and it'll never go away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doug has really drug Kurt.
Yeah, I mean, it was so disgusting.
Every night he'd be on.
That's what I said earlier. How do you restore an online reputation when it's trashed because of a lie?
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And also it's like they're not doing anything to repair it. And like Tyler is saying, I don't make money from it. And I remember I confronted him about it. He's like, well, I don't make money from Jim on my channel. I'm like, okay, so on the 28th, you made $800. Okay, and the days before you made $400 without Jim, or $300. I mean, like, give me a break. It's so stupid. It's like, you're all making money from it. If you're going to be scummy about it, be honest at least. Be like Doug. At least Doug's an honest, scummy person. Sometimes when he's honest, scummy person. That's my opinion. But I don't know. That's why I say don't work with these people. Don't work with Doug. Don't work with Jim. Don't work with Tyler. Don't work with them. They're two-faced.
And for God's sakes, if you end up coming across somebody that has a missing persons case, don't refer them there.
Yeah.
If you do hear that they're headed in that direction, be a good person and steer them in one of the more ethical creators.
Yeah, I mean, like Soothmom does. I mean, Soothmom does good interviews. I think Queen B did a good interview of some people. I mean, like, go to people who are willing to not allow the victim to be attacked by like multiple channels like Jim Terry and his fucking minions.
Or go to people that are also got the victim's heart, and the family members that are left behind that has their best interest, not looking to turn it into a circus, not looking to make, line their pockets with it. Send them towards the ethical creators.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's how you have to do. I think that's what you got to do with that situation. But
it becomes the power of the people. The people are the ones that have the ability to either continue with this bullshit with them, because the minute that the other creators start seeing like an impact to their channel happening, because so many people are out here all about the numbers and the dollar and all of that, they watch their analytics like crazy. So if viewers cause the impact by not going and watching or leaving a chat or not participating in it, that's the only way you can get it to change.
Yeah. Hi, Salty.
Us creators can't. Us as little creators, we can't. Even big creators can't. It's the viewers that have all the power on these streets.
Yeah. Hi, Salty.
Hey. So I was told to call in. Something about Jim Terry and saying shit about my son or whatnot.
Oh yeah, my thought process in that, I think you might have heard it. I don't know why, like, shouldn't he apologize to you before you like forgive him? I mean, like, I don't think that's like, until he apologizes publicly, I don't think it's a good idea to forgive a piece of shit like that who said something like that about your son and then calls you a liar.
Well, it's not that he called me a liar. He came on the panel. It's somewhere in that stream where he did say he said it, but he changed it up to say it was about my 24-year-old son. And
Yeah, he switched the
doesn't even
story.
know. My 24-year-old son was never even mentioned. So
Yeah, and it's tantamount to calling you a liar because he basically, I mean, that's my thought process. He has to basically say, I am sorry for saying something so disgusting. I mean, my opinion, this is me personally. If someone said that to me, they need to apologize before I would forgive them. And that's just my thought process. But that's the only thing I said about that whole subject.
I understand. I guess I'm different. I don't want to let it have to eat at me and bother me for the rest of my life, or I don't feel like I need to have to get some kind of revenge towards him.
See, that's the difference. Are you Italian?
I can let that shit go and forgive him and say, okay, well, I'm moving on.
Yeah. Are you Italian? Because I'm Italian, and we will hold a grudge forever. That's the problem.
Yes. No, is your name Tim?
I'm not Italian. Definitely not Italian.
Yeah, so maybe that's why. Maybe like no, that's definitely not my name. I will not put my real name online. But yeah, I mean, Italians hold a grudge for a very long time.
I don't think Jim's never gonna give a fucking genuine apology, anyways. Even if he did apologize, I'm sorry, man. Fuck it, I just some dumbass shit. Because
I don't think he did apologize. I didn't hear him apologize.
I mean, I could tell you my stepdad's. He went to a funeral one time with Carlo Gambino, and it was the most funniest thing. Carlo Gambino, the Gambino crime family. That's how Italian. And he went, and it was the funniest story ever because basically he went there as a kid, and he sees an old man with like literally an old suit and no jewelry, nothing. And he saw all these other guys with jewelry and their suits and his funeral, all paying respects. And then when he was in the car back from the funeral, he's like, "Who brought that grandpa?" And they all were like quiet because he just called Carlo Gambino a grandpa. And like everyone was like, you shouldn't be saying that. But yeah, that's how Italian, there's certain people in my relatives that I know are that. But yeah, I mean, like just a Italian person, we just hold a very long grudge. Like I can think of something like 10 years down the line, I will still remember it. So that's how I am. Maybe it's a bad thing. Maybe I'm not as forgiving as Salty, but I will hold a grudge for 10 years for sure.
Well, Tim, I'm Italian and Irish, so not only will I hold a grudge for 10 years, I'll curse your grandchildren as well.
Yeah. But nothing bad to say about you, Salty. I mean, I'm not saying like it's a bad thing. I would not do that. Until he apologized, I would not forgive one thing he said.
But Tim, the problem with that is all that apology is going to be is hot air.
True, but it's at least
only going to be words.
But it would show humility, that he admitted he was wrong on open air, and it might be something that he would do. It would be a step in that direction. But yeah,
I'm sorry, but Jim Carrey's never wrong. So, honey, you're asking for that's like asking a dog to turn into a cat.
True. I can't really say.
Yeah, I see why Salty was just like, you know what, fuck it. He said, because I mean, he changed the story twice. He said first he didn't say it, then he said, "Oh, well, I said it, but I was talking about your older kid. I don't know how old your kids are."
Yeah.
So
he knows my youngest one is 11.
Yeah, and I think the only reason I'm sorry.
On behalf of a former friend of Jim Terry's, may I say I'm sorry that he brought your children into it, and will you please accept this apology on behalf of those that have been wronged by Jim Terry?
Yeah, I don't agree with the things that he says or does and says things about people's children. I would never even cross that line. But I'm not going to let it sit here and bug me and make videos to talk shit on him or.
No, you shouldn't. You should just let him off, period.
Let it eat at me every night. So I think the best thing to do was to let it go. And the only way to let it go is to forgive that person and just move on.
Which is a healthy thing to do.
Forgiveness is about you and not them. So you're smarter than most people out
yes,
here.
Exactly. I have to do it for myself to move forward.
Yeah. I just think the guy was afraid that you would actually release the video, like an audio, and that's why he admitted, I only said it to the 24-year-old because he thought you might release it and make him look even more terrible. But that's why I don't think he actually wanted to change and actually wanted to admit anything until you said something like a recording. Maybe that's a cynical part of me.
Yeah, it's just like Taylor and her attorney. You know, tell me who's your attorney, and if you don't, I don't believe you have one. It's like a tick for tack stuff, dude.
Yeah, I mean you handled that pretty well. Oh, you're robot. We can't hear you.
Hey, Queen, I gotta get going.
Well, thank you for coming up. I really appreciate you hanging out.
Again,
you have a good one, Salty.
Hey, Salty, again, keep doing what you're doing. I'm so proud of you, and keep on your path. I see good things in your future. Best of luck, guys. Thanks again for having me up. Queen, I put my email in private chat. Email me so I can get this beast sent out.
All right, about to dox. No,
I got that. Thank you.
About to dox the email now to the full. I'm joking. That's a joke.
Don't you do it. Don't you do it. So, okay, hold on. I got a quick question. So I didn't know, Salty. I didn't know. So I heard that, okay, so I don't even know how to say all this, but something about, I recall Laura saying something about Jason. And she asked if you would have her get a hold of Jason. So when I was listening to your stream and I heard Taylina say something about indirectly, and I don't know, somebody was reaching out to Jason. Jason's her husband. So what is Laura doing reaching out to her husband? That's what I guess I'm trying to get at.
I don't know. I don't know what those two and discuss on their
what they got going on. To help her get a hold of Jason. I didn't know who Jason was, so of course I had to be nosy. And then you know what I'm saying. Then I was listening.
Yeah, she knows how to get a hold of him.
Yeah, so it just kind of caught me off guard because I wasn't sure. Oh, you're cutting out real bad. I'm overlapping you. I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. What did you say?
No, it's probably because I'm way up in the mountains. I don't know what's going on or what they've shared back.
Oh, you're cutting out bad.
Yep.
We
sorry about that. I'll have to try this another time.
Yeah.
I'll have to try this another time.
Yeah. All right, man.
Okay.
You have a good
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. That sucks too because I wanted to chat with them, you know what I mean? But there was so there was and I don't really know how to even, I don't want to say something and offend anybody or upset anybody, but I did hear something about Laura wanting to reach out to Jason, and she's asked a few times to reach out to this Jason guy. So I was like, let me be nosy. Who the fuck is Jason? So, you know, I asked, and you know what I'm saying, asking around, and I'm like, what the hell? Then when I heard Taylina on Salty's panel talking, it all clicked together when she was asking, you know, like indirectly, why were you reaching out to my husband?
Yeah, I mean, like, you're talking about Laura's husband being reached out by Jim Terry and everything?
No. Talking about Laura asked, okay, so Laura from Perplex QT, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how to get a hold of her, like on a personal,
I need to try and find her email or whatever so I can email her. Maybe she's listening. I don't know.
But anyway, something about she was wanting to get a hold of this Jason guy, right? And she kept asking Salty. She was like, hey, can you hook me up with Jason? He won't talk to me. Like, now that we're getting along, can you have him get a hold of me? And I'm like, who the hell's Jason? Like, what does he have to do with this case? I'm thinking Jason Jensen, the PI guy. No, okay. It wasn't him. So I was like, what the hell's going on? Then I was listening to Taylina talk on the stream, and she said something about somebody reaching out to her husband, Jason. Of course, it clicked 2 and 2, and I'm like, what the hell? So then I got to being nosy, and yes, Jason is the one that Laura was talking about. So I was curious, what does her husband, like, does he have, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is he friends with Kurt? Like, why are y'all reaching out to her husband? What is going on? You know what I mean? Maybe there's nothing going on. I don't know, but it's very odd to reach out to, you know what I'm saying, somebody else's husband. I don't fucking know. Like I said, I just have a question. I'm just curious. Maybe it's not shit. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's
Oh, I have a question for you, Queen Bee. What do you think of like? Do you think there's any point in covering dealing like these people covering dealing rounds every day? I mean, like, is there any
No, I
new
don't. I
information?
think it's a way for them to get money, and I think it's a bunch of bullshit. And
Yeah.
the way that they talk to, the way that they talk to Candace and about Candace and Dylan's family and Dylan, and I think it's all a bunch of bullshit. And they're doing more harm than they're being helpful.
Yeah, I have the same opinion. Honestly, I don't know why they don't. They're just like, I can understand if you cover it like once every 2 weeks, something, or maybe once a month at this point. But like covering it every single day is like, bro, there's like, what new information are you finding? Do you have like investigation journalists out there, or you have like detectives out there? You have nothing. You're literally behind a computer.
No, that's the thing. They're harassing Kurt and Kurt's family.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Dragging Kurt and making him the fall guy, which he's not, you know.
Yeah, I mean, and I think Kurt, honestly, he needs to like kind of avoid going on the internet at this point and talk to a lawyer at this point. I think like they need to like the Wildworth needs to talk, avoid the internet, get a lawyer, sue the shit out of these people. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I think they have a lawsuit, especially because I heard an insulting one where like they're saying like there's a loss of business in multiple families because they're being accused of being a murderer. Which by the way, you should not be accusing anyone of being a criminal online because you don't know, even if you suspect. I mean, it's kind of an amateurish mistake. You're not supposed to accuse people of crimes unless you're willing to sit in the courtroom and through a deposition and be like, yeah, I said that and it was true. You know, I mean, like, that's my thought process on that.
Yeah, and just like Tay said, that didn't she say the FBI interviewed him several times?
Hey, Nana. Somebody, okay, so hold on.
Done something.
I have a quick question for you guys. Somebody just messaged me and said something about, do you guys, the creator, there's another creator that covers this, and her name is Jess. But anyway, she was talking, and supposedly, like, she's been reaching out to the FBI. And Jim said she will not let, okay, so I guess Jess told Jim she cannot let him on her panel because the FBI told her not to or something like that. I don't fucking know.
Makes sense.
But I think that's very odd. Why the FBI is not going to tell you who to have on your YouTube channel, though.
Yeah, I've never heard of that, but it would make sense that not to allow a guy who's about to spew all the...
Maybe I'm not hearing, maybe I'm hearing it third party. I need to talk to Jess like herself and ask what's going on.
But my thought process is maybe they don't want a guy who's going to say every single piece of evidence out into the public sphere and allow the suspect to actually get a heads up to clear it, like, go after witnesses or clear or get rid of evidence, basically. I mean, like, maybe that's the why. I mean, like, he has no filter. He just says everything that's told to him. He even shows phone numbers on this, who call him up on the stream. Like, he has no filter. So I wouldn't trust Jim with any information. I wouldn't trust Tyler with any information. I wouldn't trust Doug with any information.
No. Me either, Tim.
Yeah. But anywho, someone is giving you a dog donation. Queen Bee.
Oh, thank you, Denise. I just seen that. Thank you.
She's giving. That picture is the dog. She's gifting you the dog as well on the picture.
Oh, I didn't see it. Is there? Oh, I do see it now. Oh.
So we expect the dog in the mail, and since there's 3 panelists on there, we want pieces of the dog. No, don't clip that. Don't clip that. That would be. But yeah, that's funny. But yeah, I agree. But
and I see Miss Spitfire Nana. I'm so excited to see you in here. Spitfire Nana is one of the OGs. She's been around for a long time.
Oh, I can see by her tag, her membership.
Yeah,
tag.
she's been around for a long time. She's one of my faves. Like she's one of my girls. She's our Nana over here, like Grandma Sherry is for Sleuth Mom and you guys. She's like our Nana over here. You know what I mean?
Well, actually, it's not only Grandma Sherry, it's Frank, Hollywood Frank, or I'll be Frank. That's the OG as well.
Oh, gotcha.
Joking. What's up? Lacey, yeah, I mean, I think it was the channel I go on panel is Zero to Manic, which is 2, Zero to Manic. That's why I knew about your video, Lacey, because I actually looked at it and actually showed it on a live stream because I liked it, basically. That's how I knew about your channel, Lacey H.
Is her channel?
Okay, the Shack lady. Hold on a sec. Hold on. The Shack lady. Now I've heard you on a couple panels. I think I heard you on Salty's panel actually. And then I heard you say something about you had your own channel, but you don't really use it very often or whatever. You don't post on it very often and stuff. What do you do? Did you have a missing child or like I think I missed?
She did. I believe she found him.
Or she's a I thought she said something about a tracker or something. I don't know.
She tracked him. Yes, she says yes.
Oh, you tracked him and found it.
Yes, I believe it was Arizona.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. She had that mother gut instinct where she passed him and then, passed an area and then turned around and went back because she didn't feel like he was that far. And then, went back and she found him. Was it the Arizona desert, Shack lady? And when was that? When did that happen?
And thank you. I did say thank you for the Cash App too. I really appreciate it. It's very helpful. It just came in on here and it came in about 10 minutes ago, but I said thank you in the chat. I don't know if they've seen it or not, but I just wanted to say thank you again. If you didn't see it and you're only listening, I really appreciate that. So just wanted to make sure you knew I got it and thank you. Hold on. She said about 5 years. So did I miss? Okay. Yes. So you've been tracking for about 5 years?
It happened about 5 years ago, I believe.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I think I asked her, I guess the yes is it was in the Arizona desert.
Okay. So you want to turn your camera off or you want to leave it on? Because it's open right now. So
you want to turn? Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway,
no, the Shack lady, not you guys. The Shack lady, she's coming up, which is fine. You know what I mean? I wanted to chat with her, but I didn't want to pop her up here with her camera on like that. I didn't know if she wanted to turn it off or before I bring her up. I just was asking, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be disrespectful and ever just pop somebody up on the panel with their picture on here because sometimes they're not ready. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't have a camera. That's why it's always a mic. But anyway, guys,
it's always covered. Okay, I'm bringing you up here. I'm just gonna add you to it. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Is like it's like showing like a black screen, but it says that the camera was on. So I didn't know and I wasn't sure.
Right.
If you wanted your picture. I didn't want to put it on here if your face was on. You know what I mean?
Right.
I didn't want to
on right now. I just woke up.
Okay, yeah, I didn't want to be rude, so I threw up the overlay just in case. I didn't want to. It's okay.
Before I just need to skedaddle. I gotta prepare some for an earlier stream. Thank you for having me up, Queen Bee.
I really appreciate you. Thank you.
No problem.
Kim.
Bye.
So yeah, it's always fun talking to you.
Yeah. So to answer the question, yeah, I was in Arizona. It was about 5 years ago, and
well, how old was he at the time?
He was 27 and a half.
Okay. Was he going out there with friends or?
Well, it was weird because I had to go to Florida for back surgery and my son was working just a gig. And I had asked him, I told him, he was going to house sit and everything for me. And he says, yeah, I'm going to go to work and I'll see you when you come back on your trip. And I said, okay, sounds great. So I went ahead and proceeded to Florida and I couldn't get in touch with my son. And I was concerned about him not responding to my text messages or my calls. And something just didn't add up to me, and then I had a neighbor go in to check to see if my son was home and he had not returned. And so story short, by the time I got to a Florida rest stop, I went ahead and called the police because something was just not right. And
all right, are you telling me, did you just say you had back surgery?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I broke my neck.
So you went through all that and then you jumped back over.
Well, no, I was on my way to have my second back surgery.
But did you have the surgery before you went back and looked for him?
No, I had to postpone it. And
okay, that's good, because I was going to say, wouldn't you have been late? I mean,
laid up. But yeah, I postponed it. And when finally something just told me, call the police. So I did. And I flipped around on that freeway and I raced so fast. And then, of course, I hit the Border Patrol entrance out in New Mexico, and I kind of like put a bolo out on my own saying, if you see this person, can you please call the police? Because, you never know if somebody's going to kidnap your kid. My son doesn't drive. He refuses to drive. He was in an accident when he was a child and had a head injury. And so he's a walker. This kid will walk miles. He likes,
right.
transportation. He's just a natural individual. It's kind of unique, but so I knew if something had happened, he could have gotten a ride, or somebody could kidnap your kid. I don't care if you're an adult or not, and I don't like the fact that he doesn't drive. That makes me even more nervous, because you put yourself out there in situations that can be vulnerable.
Yeah.
And you're walking home from work, and even though you offer him a ride, he'll turn it down, say, no, I need the exercise, because he's a professional hiker too. And, but yeah, so I did that. And then I got back to Arizona, and, I was just in a frantic. I was in a panic, not knowing what's going on. I got home, nothing was disturbed. He had definitely not arrived. And, that even bothered me more. And then I met up with the detective when I got to my house. And, of course, the first thing they're going to ask you are questions about your family, your life, your situation, your relationship, everything. They're going to try and profile, the victim or the family, just to see, which direction they're going to go in. And, so they took all the information and we went from there. I called his work, and he wasn't there either. I then started to hack his email, his social media, everything.
Right.
I was able to get the detective some information, but of course they did too. They were able to ping his phone in a mountain area, and it was the last ping. And that's what really freaked me out even more, was hearing that from a detective saying, well, we pinged your son's phone. It was out here. And that is totally off the beat of where he should be, And I then had to call some people over, oh God, what are they called? The Rangers at a mountain area, and had asked them if they can put together a search team out there. And they were on the lookout for him as well. So it was interesting, because it was a situation where you've got an adult and you're kind of limited to what you can and cannot do, and what the enforcement's going to tell you, because they are an adult. So right. It's different when you have a young child missing, because you can get a little bit more information. But once a person turns an adult, you're limited on hand in hand. So, but in the end, I had some friends that utilized the Facebook social media. That was beneficial, because I'm not a Facebook person at all. I, would just use YouTube just for watching channels, and that's it. So I'm not into that arena, but they end up helping me. And it was interesting, because we did get some leads. And one person had saw him on a train, and she said that he was helping a person on a train. And so, you go from there and you're like, okay, what does this mean? Is it good? Is it bad? Did that person, apparently it was like a homeless person that he was trying to help on a train that fell asleep on it.
Right.
And, but he was heading into the direction of where the last ping was. And so you gather all this information and you get in your truck and you go out and you go to that area and you look, and I didn't utilize any other resources, but the only resources that were in that specific area, the LE contact, and did my own stuff prior to getting to Arizona. So it was 10 days that he was missing with no contact. And once I went to a certain area, you're talking to homeless people, transient people, you're posting pictures everywhere, every park, every trail, you name it. And then there was an area where somebody had said, yeah, I think I saw your son out here fishing one day. And so, I went to lunch with a friend of mine, and then I told her, I said, something doesn't add up. I think I need to go back to an area that I had felt funny about. And so I did.
Like a mother's intuition.
Yeah, yes, it was. And so out of the blue, it's in the dark, and I see what I thought was a glimpse of my son. And I did a second look, and I was like, holy cow. Oh my God, a sign of relief that he's alive. And
what condition was he in?
He was in good condition. He lost some weight and everything, but I won't get into the particulars because that's his personal private life and reasons, whatever. But, there was some concerning factors that I had found out about that drew him into the situation. And,
well, yeah, and I was going to say, I don't want to be intrusive or anything like that, but I just want to say, was this, okay, so when he went missing, you had a really hard time, like, putting out information because they were like, if he's an adult, he's allowed to leave and change locations and whatever. He doesn't have to report on that, like.
Well, yeah, but they did report him as missing under mysterious circumstances. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So you did get a missing persons filed.
Yeah. So we had the poster, and I had gotten a whole bunch of them printed out and distributed them everywhere. And then I had to go back after everything was said and done and take them all down because you don't want to mislead people, So, you still have the option now to report a adult person missing. And due to the circumstances, it took a different lead than, an adult kid just making his mind up saying, oh, I'm just going to pack up and leave one day and bail out and be on my own and just be a hybrid soul, or whatever circumstances. This was a unique situation that kind of put some question marks or flags up that went forward in the direction that it did. So, but in the end, when I did find him, I immediately called law enforcement. I told him I recovered him, and it was a sigh of relief. And of course, then the police are going to question him and find out what's going on and everything. The good news is that he was safe. He was found alive. But it took 10 days, and going into the desert, hiking mountains and everything, it did pay off. But following leads was extremely critical in that situation. I was blessed. I was fortunate. Not all parents have that experience.
Right.
And Candace's situation, my heart just bleeds out for her and her family, because I know that agony. I know that pain. 1 minute you're like the Connor mom, and you're out there.
See, we have a Candace here in our chat that has actually went through something very similar, and her son was also found. And she had hired Jim to help, and he actually did the same thing, turned on her and has said horrible things about her and her family.
Well, I just know that as a mom, I wouldn't want anything intrusive, definitely. That's kind of violating and victimizing more people, but that's just my opinion. I think, everybody, when somebody goes missing, everybody wants to go to the family. They want to look at, the dynamics of everything. And I can understand that because most crimes usually are somebody close to you, you know. But in this situation, looking at the whole picture, it doesn't matter if you're around your kid all the time. You do know some instinctive markers that are going to identify his type of personality, you know, and you're going to know some of his creature of habits. And, you know, my kid was a lot older than Dylan, and I still knew his habits. I knew what he liked to wear, what he liked to carry in his backpack, you know, what places he liked to travel to, what type of work he did, people he liked to associate himself with. So there's things that you do know that you move forward with. But in the time, you know, you've got a family that knows that there's a kid out there in the desert. He's trying to be off grid. He's trying to farm. He's got his whole project going on. He's invested himself wholeheartedly. And when you've got a kid, you know, that is passionate about something, you know that when something goes off the road a little bit, that's not normal. And I think that's what happened in this case. I think the attacks need to stop. I mean, as a viewer, I don't like listening to it. I really don't. I want to hear the story. I want to get the facts, and I want to see some resolution with him being found. I pray that he's alive, but you know, it's been quite some time, and we have to come to the realization that there could be a possibility that he's not with us. And, you know, I feel the frustration on the family's part. I really do. You look at Candace and people criticize her for not tearing up.
Well,
she has gotten emotional. If you know how to read body
yes.
language, she has tried to chuckle up a little bit, and she's trying to stay together.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was the same way. But behind closed doors,
right.
I'm screaming, I'm yelling, I'm panicked, you know, I'm praying, you know, and you go out and you bump into these people off the streets or the hiking trails in the mountains, and you don't know them, and you're looking at everybody like a suspect. You don't trust nobody when you're looking for your son, you know, and I can relate to where she's at that point. I'm sure she don't trust anybody, because I sure in the hell wouldn't. So, but you know,
it's a great story. I mean, that's amazing.
But you know, and this is the whole dynamics of this area. You know, living in a small town in a desert, small towns always have their stories. You know, it's the Wild West area, and you know, I live off grid too in the desert. The police are small. They have, you know, maybe one or two guys maybe working a shift. You've got, you know, maybe one store, which is like a small store, and everybody knows your gossip. Everybody knows what you buy at the grocery store. You hear all the stories about everybody. So I know how gossip spreads in small desert towns. And I thought the Appalachian was bad, but no, the desert is, I think, worse. But this is just crazy. I think this case had a lot of dynamics before Dylan's disappearance. I think there was already corruption. There was already criminal activity going on. It's evident. We all know this. And this case, unfortunately, has just opened up a can of worms to expose the activities of such. Are you there?
I know, I didn't hear anything either.
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't know she dropped off.
Are you there?
Oh, there you are. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought you dropped off. I was like, hold on, I didn't know you dropped off, but there you are.
So, and I'm sure I hope to God that, you know, by sharing a conversation with you, because of responding, I respond to everybody, but, you know, I am reluctant to even continue doing any more conversations on the phone, because I think it's time that, with the information that's going forward with this case, you know, I'm just going to step back and be the viewer that I am, and just,
Well, yeah, I mean, because could you imagine somebody saying these things about your son while you're already, like you said, you in behind closed doors, you were a freaking mess. Any mother would be. I would be. I know that for damn sure. To have somebody say and do the things that's been done to Candace.
Well, I don't think I would be as nice as Candace, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think I would either.
I would react the same way. I don't know, with my personality when it comes to my family, I don't know. I would probably flip. I would snap, I think, if somebody did that to me. I would probably have to snap.
Right.
But that's just me personally. But I think moving forward, the family's gonna, stay quiet. They're gonna be on the defensive side now because of the situation. And
a lot of families are watching this. And I know that Laura, you just said she's going to be covering a new case. One of my mods actually lives very, very close.
Right.
Like within a couple miles from this case that's going on. I think her name's Kaylee or Keely. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I want to make sure I say it right, but we'll be covering that too. We've already got into that, but it just happened within a couple days ago. So it's still really fresh.
That's horrible. When people are out there, searching, I think it's for a good cause. But like what was mentioned, some other channels, yesterday that I was observing, it's getting to the point now, I think it's more inference. In my opinion, I think, we've got 2 months out, and you had a lot of trackers out there. Excuse me. And I think, like another channel had mentioned, about, the tunnels, the mines, in a desert, there's so many possibilities of where Dylan could be. He could be there somewhere near, or he could be somewhere else. And in the beginning of this, I had suspected this kid had to have been assaulted. He had to have been grabbed and taken away from that property. That's my opinion. Because you had professional searchers out there, then you had volunteers. And if they didn't find anything, and I'm sure they had dogs, they had choppers, they had all of this, there's got to be something that tells you he's not there, somewhere else. And I think sometimes watching some of these other things that transpire, if there is something that is evident that could lead into this investigation to move to an answer, some people don't realize that they're actually doing more harm, by disturbing certain things on the ground, if they're not related to searchers, if you know where I'm going with this.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't ask any, I'm not here to do that. But I think the cause needs to settle down a little bit, let them go forward with their investigation. And obviously they've got something, because they're not saying anything. And that's a telltale sign that it's moving forward. We just don't know that.
Oswald, where did that come from?
What?
Oswald said apparently the feds are looking back into Chase Vinstra, but where did that come from? See, I'm not about spreading rumors. Unless it came from an actual source, then I don't believe that. I
think it's coming from another channel that Black Dove was on. I had just visited that one before coming to you, because I have everybody. I subscribe to everybody. I try to comment and like on everybody's channel to support them.
What channel was it that he was just on?
God, Jess.
Okay.
Yes. And I don't rule out Chase either. I don't rule out nobody.
See, I really like Jess and stuff. I really like Jess.
I mean,
she seems like she's pretty credible too. What I don't know about is the FBI, and with, you know, if they wanted to get a hold of people or talk to people, they'll do it on their own. They're not going to have a YouTuber do it for them.
Right.
You know, there was a viewer that had posted something, you know, about in regards to people calling the authorities and the FBI. Now, I know I had mentioned on Salty's channel that, you know, between a conversation between Tay and Jim, you know, I'll be the mediator so you guys can resolve your issues, just to cut that out, you know, so we can put an end to that stuff. But some information that is getting sent to the FBI should not even be relevant.
Right. It's just a bunch of bullshit. And that's the thing. Do you know, like in other cases, like, okay, first of all, in the Summer Wells case, in the Delphi case, in the, there's so many cases that that they have had to come out and physically say, like the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, the police departments, they've had to come out and say, please stop with the sleuth shit, you know, with
right.
It's hurting the case. It's wasting resources. You guys are, you're going after people who are not suspects. You're ruining people's lives.
Yeah, they turned that into a circus too, didn't they?
I think they did.
Hell yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really keep up with that one, but it
was terrible.
Now I can understand, you know, calling the authorities to say, hey, I noticed this in a video that is important, not pertaining to Dylan per se. And, you know, who knows? It may or may not be. You never know. But when you've got loose ammunition out in the field of the desert and you got a whole bunch of people thieving out there, if that ammunition gets out to the wrong hands, it could be an untraceable ammunition. That's
right.
important. Okay. Now I did call and report that because I want the law enforcement to go and collect that because one, it doesn't need to get into the wrong hands. Okay. When you have a sex offender, you know, posting a picture, giving it out, saying, oh, this is Dylan, you know, that sex offender, you know what, you're looking online and you're looking at young men, you got an issue, you know, and point that out, that this person is bringing out false information that can be misleading to a family. And then, you know, rumor starts and then you come find that ain't Dylan at all, you know, that needs to stop, you know. So certain things need to be addressed, but not the madness of, you know, go do this, go do that, check this, check that. And law enforcement, one, they don't like to be put in a position where they're going to be exposed without knowing. I mean, if you're going to have a conversation with somebody, have it privately, and then you can discuss whatever you want to discuss after that point. But, you know, law enforcement, you know, they've got a job to do, and you're putting them in a bad position by exposing them. And I don't think that's benefit for the case. And it actually hurts the credibility of people that are really trying to be utilizing that source for the good.
Yeah, it's a whole mess, ain't it?
I'm really excited for Duty Ron and Profiling Mike and Ed to come on and do their show. They're all three of them. They're going to do a show for like on Dylan Rounds. I'm really excited because they're all three very credible.
Oh yeah.
They're all three extremely credible. You know what I mean? And I think they will bring a lot of good to all the bad that's been put out. You know what I mean?
Oh, I enjoy watching those guys.
When are they doing that?
You know, he said he was going to put it out. I've been watching because I'm going to share it and make sure I share it out so everybody can watch. You know what I mean? I think it'll be really, really good. I would stream it, but I don't want to do that to him. Like, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I will, like, you know, possibly go over it, or I'll try to put it, like, I'll try to make a stream to where everybody knows, or put it on my community tab I'll make sure everybody's aware of it. You know what I mean? Because I think it's really going to be a good show. I really do.
Definitely. You know, you
And
mentioned
they've all three of them, without saying it, including the other PI, which I asked, I did send an email and I was going to have him come on here, but I don't want to put him in harm's way with the other one or have any, I don't want to go there. So I just figured I'd wait for a little bit to do that.
Well, I think, you had mentioned about Chase and you don't know what's involved yet with that. And I'm still piecing that together myself.
Well, they're saying that's from Crime Time Jess's channel, and she hasn't been over here. I think she's came in and said hi once, but she hasn't been up on my panel or anything, and I don't want to just play her stuff without talking to her first.
Right.
So I have to go over. You guys, like I said, when I end this, which it will be here soon, I'll probably go over there and watch it just to see what's being said.
Right. Well, when we were on the Salty channel, and Tay was on the phone, she had mentioned about, some witnesses that saw some vehicles that, entered and exited the south end of Dylan's farm. It was also mentioned that Robert Avelius had taken Chase over into that direction to meet up with a four-wheeler. And so when I heard that, I kind of thought, okay, they had to have released him because of whatever prior issues that he had, but I don't think he's off the table. And then when I heard that, I was thinking, oh, this is interesting. You've got, a couple witnesses saying that they've seen these vehicles enter and exit. And then you've got another incident with a mother and her son that was after the fact. You've got all these little pieces that are coming together, but I do think that there's something that's related to something. And I hope and pray that, that Dylan wasn't the target of a crossfire, but I think there's something involved with Chase or him knowing something. I'm not going to accuse anybody of anything. He's not a suspect, but it is quite interesting to see how things are going to unfold.
See, and another thing that I don't know how Doug is sitting here dragging them every single night, but then he turns around and buys Chase's son a car, a little miniature, whatever, like a little electric car.
Well,
he had Chase's ex on his show.
Right.
I didn't watch that whole thing.
No, I think that's going too far. I really think that's going too far.
Well, yeah. And what's the fascination with these people in the bullhorns at the, families' homes? I mean,
don't get me started on that.
Whether they're sketchy or not, I mean, do you have a right to go and do that? That's just cray-cray,
Yeah, straight up.
It's weird behavior.
I think sometimes people are meaning to have good intentions. And I mean, if you take Chase's child out of the equation of whatever's going on criminally investigating or whatever, you got a child that has no part in it. And I think in his intentions, he wanted to do something good. Here you got a child, you've got this whole family dynamic. I think by him doing that, he just wanted to do something good for the kid. It's that area is not a wealthy area at all. I don't even call it a suburb. It's off the beaten path. It's a small.
Well, no, but I look at it like, oh, here, you know what? I'm going to drag the shit out of your dad, insult him, and talk horrifically about him to where you can come and watch this when you get older, because it is the internet, it is YouTube. Oh, but by the way, I'm going to buy you a car just because I talked horrifically about your father. Here you go. What the fuck is that?
I don't think people sometimes pay attention to the whole picture at the end. I think what they do sporadically, spontaneously, is try to think of something good, but they're doing something else. And the consequences later, people probably don't think of until after the fact. And then if somebody mentions it, then then I'm sure they can sit and ponder and say, yeah, you know what, you might be right. It wasn't a great idea, or maybe it was a good idea, but I need to slow down, or I need to do this. There's so many hypotheticals. I personally think people are investing themselves too much into that community. It is a little invasive. You know, as a viewer, when you're listening, sure, you want answers, and you want to help try to figure out this puzzle, and you want this kid come home safely. And you want to find out the background of the area. You think by getting all the gossip, maybe that's beneficial, because maybe somebody might leak something, or maybe somebody might know something. But I think it can backfire too. Who am I to be the one to go into the backyard of somebody and say, I want to know your whole entire life, your whole story. Give me the gossip, give me the deuce. And to me, that's putting that position of that person in harm's way to some degree, because you don't know the whole dynamics of that town. And it causes a lot of stress on individuals too. You got people that have
jobs. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, Kurt's kids, look what they've done to Kurt. Kurt has came out and spoke. His daughter has came out and spoken. I've had his other daughter and his son on my show that have came out and done interviews, both of them. They came here and we did like a 2-hour show with them.
Right, I know.
They've all had to speak out because one person came on here and said that their dad was gay and that he dressed up in drag and all this bullshit.
Right. Well, guys,
yeah, that whole family's been dragged really bad.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible.
I think people need to be careful how they say things, and making accusations like that, whether they're true or not true. There could be a lot of damage to be done to somebody by claiming something that's not true. Because who's to say you've got a situation out here? Let's say hypothetically Kurt is innocent. Okay, nobody wants to hear that right now, but let's just say he is. When you're making false allegations of anyone in general, you don't know who's out there in this big world we have online. You got YouTubers that are getting stabbed or killed, and beaten up. Who's to say they're not going to have some crazy whack job go out there to Montello and go and take somebody out just because of a hate crime?
Right.
Be careful of things that are said with better judgment. And I think some people are starting to get on that pattern of seeing, okay, wow, some people need to be left alone a little bit. You don't want the liability of somebody having a stroke because of the unwanted stress.
Right.
It can happen. People are not as stupid as they think. They might come from a small town, and a lot of small towns, don't underestimate them. Some may have money and some may not. But, it only takes the one person that could be the right person to protect those people. And, we got to be a little bit more kinder. And if you want more information, understand about psychology, reverse it. Don't aggravate it, So I don't know. I saw this on the Petito case. It was getting crazy in Adeline too, and in a couple other cases. And I sit here, and I think to myself,
I just died when I saw that lady out there with the bullhorn. I'm thinking, whether they're involved or not, there's neighbors that have to live there. Would you want to live
yeah,
it was ridiculous.
And not everybody can move out of town,
Right.
And especially now with our economy, food prices are up, gas prices are up. People can't even afford to rent a 1-bedroom apartment without it being $1,400 a month in the city. So, and even the smaller towns are going up in price, you know?
Right.
Have to stay stationary right now because of the economic situation in our world. And we have to have a little bit of compassion for that. I think moving forward, people need to just focus on, if they want to have a discussion about things that they observe and they want to put together, I think that's great. But put it in a way where it's going to be healthy and productive, where we can all learn as a society of how to work together. Are you there?
Well, yeah, I mean, not only that, but I mean, just don't be so nasty and hateful.
Right. And don't go to the victim's family with a bullhorn. And I mean, I still don't get that. I think those people are crazy that do that. Sorry, but there's something mentally wrong with people that day after day will stand around with the bullhorn. I mean,
I can't imagine. I mean, can you imagine being in that position? You know, I can't picture. Well, you look at the situation, you're thinking, tell yourself, if you were that person having to live in an environment like that, when somebody is reacting like that with the bullhorn.
You know what I think I would have done? I would have went and got me a bullhorn and took it right to her ear if I was a neighbor.
I would have put a
and
sock.
say, get the heck out of here, because it didn't look like police were doing anything. You know, they weren't running them off.
Well, and that's the thing.
No, they weren't.
People are protected on freedom of speech.
Right. So let me give you some freedom of speech back. I'll get it in your ear. Get the hell off my street.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, you have to push back.
But see, sometimes our society is so desensitized, they find it to be acceptable behavior. And that's our problem. Everybody, they don't put themselves in the same position as another individual. They can't see themselves in that position. And we're also desensitized because of, you know, the media and how people react, how people protest and start this and that. It's bullying. And people have got to stop bullying people and harassing. There's one thing of trying to find answers, research it, go after it in a different fashion.
Right.
But don't taunt people and harass people, because if you do, don't be surprised to expect a reaction from that person. You know, I always think the old-fashioned way should be the best way in common law. You know, if somebody's going to do you dirty, do it right back. You know, you got the right, but we don't do that in our society. You know, we sit there and let people get away with the harassment. And this is what contributes to a lot of murders, suicides, you know, and the online activity. You know, I hear so many stories about people committing suicide, and it just bothers me to some degree, because the fact that it's people that are online doing it, they don't realize who's on the back end of the other side and what they're going through at that time, or how they're feeling, or what can they mentally or emotionally handle. Not everybody is going to be able to react the same way as the person that's standing outside with the bullhorn. You know, if that was one of your family members, do you think that's going to be acceptable? Would you want that to happen? Would you like to witness them being harassed and taunted and bullied? Are you going to stand up for them, or are you going to step back and just watch it? And a lot of people online now are doing the same thing. We're just stepping back, watching it, and allowing it to happen. No differently than the lady who was brutally attacked in the subway. People are sitting on the subway just filming it. They're wanting to get the views on a social media channel, and they're not stopping it. They're not trying to approach this person who's attacking this woman violently. You know, it doesn't make sense to me. Why as a society do we allow this to continue and go on?
Yeah, it don't make sense. I mean,
no, it's supposed to be to see something, say something, but
you're witnessing a murder, you're going to sit there and film it.
Oh, if I'm going to witness a murder, I can tell you right now, I'm going to jump in on that heyday and stop it. I'm going to do my best. I'm not going to play hero, but me morally, I can't handle watching somebody get victimized,
right,
in public or in private or nothing. That's not my personality. I can't handle somebody, you know, having a domestic violence situation and then take the poor lady's cat and throw it off a 2-story building. That blew my mind. Yes, I'm going to do something. I'm going to call the police. You know, of course, at that, you know, this was like in my early 20s when I saw that when I was stationed somewhere. But the thing is when you see something like that and you're like, holy cow, you can't approach that kind of person because they're extremely violent. You know what I mean? You don't want to cause harm and bring harm to yourself. But calling the authorities is critical, you know?
Right.
To save that person's life. He already just threw a cat down a 2-story building and killed the damn cat. You know, what is he capable of doing next? And there's children involved, you know, things like that. People, I know there's a lot of viewers that have witnessed so many things in their lives. And whether it be domestic violence, child abuse, you know, a robbery, a mugging, a rape, who knows? And if we take a little step back and say, hey, put yourself in that position. If you were the victim, how would you feel? What would you do? You know, we sometimes get caught up in.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people didn't know this for a long time, but I'm friends with Candy Hare, Summer Wells's grandma. And I was talking to her when they were there with the bullhorns.
Oh my God.
It was awful.
How'd she feel? I mean, was she like, what's going on? You know, get this crazy lady out of here.
You know, those bullhorns are quite loud.
No, she knew what was going on because they had told everybody on YouTube it was a big ass fucking show. Exactly what they wanted. They told everybody they were going there. They told everybody they were going to have their bullhorns. They called them baby killers. They chased them down at work. They got them fired from their jobs.
And that's extremism.
And, you know, whether they are or not, you know, I mean, that's not for them to decide.
Yeah.
And go screaming with their bullhorns.
I believe innocent until proven guilty.
Exactly.
And, when the police come and arrest them, or
right.
You know, they say that, you know, they have enough evidence to arrest them and convict them, then I will fucking have my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Until then, like I said, innocent until proven guilty. You can't sit here and call somebody a baby killer when you have no fucking clue.
Right.
Yeah, they had to actually move away from Tennessee, didn't they?
They didn't have to, but Donnie went to jail and because he had for his DUI, so he had to go do his time. And I think he got a year or something, and then he was going to go to rehab after that. Well, the judge actually, when he went to court, the judge said no. He finished his sentencing. He's done. Once he gets done, he'll be done. He doesn't have to go to rehab or anything like that. So once he gets done in October, I believe he will be a free man. Also, that contradicts with everything that Chris McDonough on the Interview Room has been saying, which we already knew was all bullshit and lies. But he's been saying they're going to ship Donald Wells to Utah. He's going to face all the SA charges, and Mary and Jeannie. And I'm not doubting that they, you know, didn't have something happen to them back when they were 12 and 15 and 11 and whatever, you know what I mean, with 30, 40 years ago. I'm not saying that they're liars, that they didn't have something happen to them. What I am saying, though, is it's extremely hard to convict somebody on them charges, let alone 40 years ago.
So he's from Utah?
I don't know if he's from Utah, but I know that this is where this happened. They only came out with it when Summer went missing, which is another thing that I find very odd and very suspect.
Right.
What up, girl?
Hey, I only have a minute, but you were talking about something. I had to jump in.
No, girl, them fucking with her bullhorns and bullshit. I can't stand that shit fucking
I
pissing me clean off.
know. I would just have to go get me a bullhorn and just let it rip. Right.
Oh, that lady must have dropped off. I thought she was still up here.
Not only that, but Chris McDonough. I had called that out from day one and got so much.
Oh, and everybody, you were a liar. I was a liar. We didn't know what we were talking about. Had no clue.
But I was like, oh my God, how do people not see right through Chris's bullshit? Like, no, Chris, you're not in this case. You have nothing to do with this case. You didn't do shit, but you fucking just want to run your mouth about how you did this for her. Nothing is going to come of this. I don't know why people don't.
Right, nothing. But, she got a cooking show. Mary got a cooking channel with like 7,000 subs on it. She's making a cookbook and he's selling it, promoting it.
Yep. And I'm like, nothing is going to come of this. This is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard, probably in my entire life.
Biggest crock of shit.
Yep. And I was one of the very first to ever call out Chris. And I knew it was Summerwell's like case suicide, but I didn't care. I was like, you know what? Nah, this guy is so fucking out of line and out of whack. And he's selling a pipe dream to people. Hey, you guys want to believe it?
He sure was. And girl, I could not believe the people that were buying it.
Lots and lots of people were buying it. It was sick. I was like, wow, you people are dumber than dumb.
Yeah, see, and I couldn't believe that. I was like, and then with him having Jeannie and her daughter and Mary come on, you know he don't give two shits about that case. If it was going to ever happen like that, which, I mean, he's led everybody on for the last year. He'll get like 4,000 or 5,000 people in his chat by lying to him, and he was able to lie and carry that lie because Don's been in jail. Now that he's getting out, and they're like, oh, he ain't got no rehab, he's not going to Utah, now the lie's got to stop. What do you think it's going to turn into now?
Yeah, and did you notice how how Chris was like, and you know that I helped you. Like, it was all about feeding his own ego. I was like, holy shit, how do people not see this?
Right.
And I did this, and I did that, and I did this. I was like, oh my God, you did nothing. You're not on this case, Chris. Just stop.
No, and I think he set the narrative and he set the tone for this from day one. And I feel like most of the hate that they got, like most of the, you know what I mean? I feel like it came from him, his videos, his recording. How many times can you milk one goddamn interview?
I agree.
I mean, he's went over that one interview 60 fucking times.
I agree.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. My phone overheated.
Oh, shit. StreamYard will run your battery straight low. I forgot to give you a warning.
Let me chime in on something, too, because I'm just got a message from someone, and it coincides with what your chat's saying. So now Salty is surprised that Jim is talking about his 11-year-old son. Seems like the natural progression to me. So let me just say this for everyone in chat. What happened last night was not only vile, but it showed people's true colors. I forgive Salty. I'm not mad at Salty. I wasn't mad at Salty last night. I just won't fuck with someone like that. And, I don't harbor any ill feelings towards him. I don't dislike him. I wish him well. It's just not someone I would fuck with. And it wasn't even the fact that he brought him on. Everyone makes mistakes. It was what he said afterwards. It was him sticking up for Jim, like Jim is so great.
Right.
That is my biggest problem. Not that he let him on, nothing like that. It was how he handled it after the fact, when he was basically sticking up for Jim. That's not a mistake. That's how you feel.
He seemed really confused, didn't you think, Laura, when he was saying, oh, well, I just, he wanted to be friends with Doug and it's like, you don't need them. That's not ever going to happen, I don't think. Maybe it will, but
they just don't seem to like him.
Oh, I don't know about that. People don't believe me. I truly don't watch Doug. I mean, I have no idea what Doug says on his channel, nothing. I could care less about Doug. But
oh, you know, Doug,
hold on. You don't need
he's the big mob boss. He's the YouTube mob boss. You know, don't you know? That's this morning. This morning he had what's that? Earthworm something. Lance came on this morning and said that Doug helped build his channel. He will help take it down, and the videos that he gave him to put on his channel or whatever that Lance gave him to put on his channels or some shit like that. He said he was going to strike it and get his channel taken down.
Wait, Doug said that about Earthworm?
Yes, about Earthworm the Lance. Yes. And then I guess he went off on Ty Corbin too. They were live. They were both live this morning. I'm sorry. Earthworm was live this morning talking about it. Exposed it all. He said that he's like, even when you're drunk, he's like, my dad used to beat my mom when he was drunk, and he would say, sorry, it doesn't make it any better, doesn't make it stop, or your sorry doesn't fix anything, or something like that. He's pissed. And he made up a backup channel. I don't know what it's called. I can't think of it.
Wow. Yeah, Doug's a big pussy. But it's just all of them. It's just too much fucking drama. Like, right. I thought girl drama was bad. Their drama's even worse. And the worst part is Jim just lies and lies and lies.
He's terrible.
Like, nobody but us ever calls him out on it.
Yeah.
Like, Jim, if my husband said all those things, fucking play the recording, Jim. He knows he didn't fucking say half the shit that fucking Jim's trying to put out there. Go ahead, play it, Jim. Prove to me that Ron called you. Prove to me that Ron said these things to you. He can't prove it. He just runs his mouth and nobody ever calls him out on it.
Are you aware that he did call?
Yeah, I spoke to Ron and he told me exactly what was said. Because the original story with, and I put it on my channel. The original story, Jim is like, I spoke to him for 40 minutes, but Ron said it was like 10 minutes. And Ron then called him back and was like, dude, what the fuck you setting me up for? Like, Laura just called me. Jim's not going to play all that. Jim's going to fucking lie and people are going to believe it. It's ridiculous.
I think the best way to get away from a situation like this, don't react anymore.
I don't. I haven't said a word about him in over a week.
Look, Laura doesn't react. I'll talk shit to him all fucking day long, and he goes after Laura. Like, what the fuck?
He's nonstop. He wants a reaction. He's not getting one. I don't give a fuck about him. That's what he doesn't seem to realize. And I said this last night, that one, I've never gone into his real life in any capacity. Two, he forgets that my family members are cops.
Right. JLR is the one who went to his dad's fucking store, not you.
I have all his info, everything. That's why I said someone should have told him that my brother's a cop. I have everything on Jim. Everything you could possibly get on Jim, I have it. I know his social security number. I mean, you name it. I don't go real life on him, but let him fucking try something. Like it, and he just doesn't stop. And I've ignored. Even last night when he first came on Salty, I ignored. And then he fucking took it to the next level. And I still ignored. And I still wasn't mad. I was pissed at Salty. And I don't care if he's got a snap crush on me. I think he's a fucking loser.
Yeah.
Plain and simple, total loser.
I think
if I wanted to push, I would. And I would out all of his fucking information, including his goddamn social security number.
Well, that's what I said. He doesn't understand the YouTube world. He keeps going like he's going, and his channel will be fucking gone quick as shit. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Well, you know,
so is his little Facebook group. If you know what I'm saying, like he doesn't understand. We will snatch that shit out from under him whenever the fuck we feel like doing it. So he better stop while he's ahead. You know what I mean?
I hear you. But anyone that likes to, whatchamacallit, anyone that likes him or says, oh, he's so great, he's so this, you know what? You're as dumb as fucking he is then. And
well, not only that though, but listen, when he fucking any person that call, I love you, Jim. They'll call, I love you, Jim. What's up? How much you weigh? How tall are you? What size are your boobs? You date white men or black men or Mexican men? Who do you? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're 240 pounds. Jesus Christ, you're fat as hell. Get off my panel. Click. Like, and then only then do they want to come over and say, well, no, I should have listened to you guys before. Oh, but it was all tee hee hee, ha ha, ha ha, I loved you, ha ha. Until he goes in on your ass and insults you, talks shit about you, doxes you, and then all of a sudden you don't like him. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I've noticed on YouTube, like with the last couple of cases, a few cases actually, that it does get kind of chaotic, and I think people get off topic of what the message they're trying to relay. You know, here we started off with Dylan Rounds in this situation, and then it gets to a different level to the creators, and I can't imagine the position you guys are in, and that's, you know, unfortunately, you know, I it's hard to say something without feeling like, oh my God, am I going to be attacked next? You know, I'm trying to be.
Well, you're free to say what you need to say here. I'll protect you. I mean, like I said, I don't give a shit. He doesn't fucking scare me.
I'm not. It's just the fact that I like peace in my life, and I like to have calmness. I don't like chaos and chaoticness. It'll cause too much stress for me, and I can't deal with that kind of stuff medically. But you know, if I were in the position of feeling attacked, first thing I would do is get an attorney, and I would leave it at that. And I think sometimes reacting to situations can actually antagonize it more. And, you know, sometimes it's best just to walk away with your shoulders up high and just leave it alone and let people be the judge of them, you know, of it themselves. You know, let them observe, let them watch. And when that happens, it's all going to come to play where some things are just not meant to be talked about anymore. It's not worth the time or the energy. We waste so much energy on insufficient things that it takes away from the purpose of what you're doing, you know. And I respect the creators that have YouTube as an income. They're making a living of it. You know, they're doing a lot of research. They're investing their times into trying to, you know, put a story out there for the viewers. I respect that. And to damage anybody's reputation, I think is wrong. I did hear Jim talk about the real reason why he was on his attack. And I have to say, I don't know the whole story and it doesn't pertain to me, but you know,
poor Jim.
You're dealing with personalities. People need to understand personalities. How do you deal with the personality that is a strong personality that could have some dynamics to a personality, and then when somebody else does something and they don't keep their word or something, that can aggravate a situation and piss somebody off. But to go in a circle around it's nonsense. It does need to stop on all ends. And you know, I don't agree with the attacks or the behaviors. I don't agree with violation of privacy. We live in a world where privacy is almost extinct now, and it's upsetting. You know, I mean, people can have a disagreement and then agree or come to a mutual understanding of saying, hey, okay, I can understand your position. I apologize for any misunderstandings or misinformation, and let it go. You know, we're all adults, and when I hear some of the stuff, you know, it's upsetting. Don't get me wrong. But it's almost like being in a schoolyard with a bunch of kids sometimes, you know. It's petty, and
there is a big difference between a strong personality and a narcissistic personality.
Yes, and
I have a strong personality. Jim is a blatant fucking narcissist. Big
and a
difference.
liar.
Well,
and a lot of people are going in there blind, not knowing. And I'll sit in that chat all day long and call him out. Jimmy con man, liar. You know, I just want to, you know, be in there.
Well, I'm sure how the word con man came out was because of one of his videos that he had where you can't con a con man. I saw that clip. And I think that, you know, yes, he's a fast talker. Yes, he could be a great car salesman too, you know.
He's also a man child.
You know, and he's an adult kid to me.
Yeah, it's a man child.
But, you know, what men aren't? I have to say, all men are like
yeah,
that.
but you're normalizing him. He is a blatant, malignant narcissist. There's no other way around it. He's a fucking psychopath. That's why I started staying away from.
I called out malignant narcissism months ago, I think. A couple, you know,
normalizing him or making excuses for him is what he wants. Call it for what it is. He is a malignant fucking narcissist.
Yes, and I do agree he is, and I don't think he realizes the level that he's at.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He don't care.
Probably does.
He doesn't care.
You know, but you know, there's a lot of people in this world. We're all narcissists. We have a different level of extremism. And yes, this is getting a little too out of hand. And I've mentioned this, and I told him, you can agree with me or disagree with me on things.
But you're not understanding a malignant narcissist. He's not going to agree or disagree. He doesn't care. Malignant narcissists are psychopaths. They have no feelings. They enjoy hurting. There's trying to explain anything to him. There's no trying to get him to agree or disagree. The best way to handle a malignant narcissist is say nothing. Do not think that they will understand or that they, you know, will agree or disagree or that they think this way or that. It doesn't matter. They're not mentally there. They are fucking psychopaths. You best not talk about them. Just stay the fuck away from them.
That's what I was saying to you and everybody else. It's best not to react. That's the best way. I know how malignant narcissism are. I'm just trying to be very selective because I don't want to get caught up. We're just having a discussion here about topics. But
well, when you're in a show though, and you don't expect him to be on the panel and all of a sudden, hey, yeah, come on up. And the person the day before is like, oh, you know, they act like they would never let him on the show.
Right.
And then you hear him dragging again, you know, I'm going to call it out in the chat. Of course I am. And then I'm left with Eric.
That's the thing. People are feeding into it. And that's what's fueling him the energy that he needs. And it's just best to silence yourself, walk away from the situation, let him run his mouth if he wants to run his mouth. You know,
I did. I left after Eric left. I walked away from it. I left.
You know,
but I called it out first. I didn't sit there and let it go on.
Right.
Hey girls, I was on there. I was on the chat last night. And Laura, what happened to you and Eric was horrible. I was listening to Salty's, you know, background and you know, I was sympathizing with him, but what he did to you and Eric was totally wrong. Totally wrong. And I had to get up here and say, I mean, you know, just like Queen Bee said before, you know, we all can have different opinions, but for somebody to be allowed to get up on a panel and treat you like he did, and then him to say, oh, I just want us all to get along. No, that's where I was out.
I just want somebody besides me and Queen Bee to call Jim out on his bullshit. When he was saying my husband said all this stuff, why didn't anybody say, let's hear it? Prove it, Jim. Prove that he said this.
Because they don't. They just laugh or they're like, ha. He never proves anything other than he's a fucking liar. And people are okay
like
with
they
it.
were
And
saying,
he
though,
knows it.
Salty was
forget his
stopping
fucking
him.
lies.
Salty was stopping him from saying, calling women a bitch, but then allowing him to talk to you the way he did. And I was like, wait a minute, so you're stopping him from calling all women a bitch, but then you're allowing him to dog her out like this on a panel and then let him up again.
And that's what I'm saying. All the shit that he claims that Ron said afterwards, okay, then do me a favor, prove it. Prove Ron said that.
He can't.
He can, I know. That's what I'm saying. But nobody
Jim's
ever fucking
jumping
calls
from
him
one
out.
hot plate to another. He's jumping from one hot plate to the other. Whoever is going to be Team Jim for the day is who Jim is going to go to. Just like he was laughing about that picture
he needs to
of
jump
Crime
in and get the shock and awe factor.
Yep. Well, he was laughing about the picture of Crime and Justice, but yet he has sat up on a panel with Crime and Justice, and just like we have, Queen Bee, I know she has said it. I know I've said it. It was a matter of time before he hit Doug and Crime and Justice. The way he dogs women.
It is inappropriate. I don't agree or support any man using the language and degrading a woman the way it has been done at all. It's unacceptable.
Anyone's looks. It doesn't matter man or woman.
Exactly.
You don't go after somebody's looks and things that you can't control. I mean, that's just not, I don't care what you say about humans. You don't do that to people. You just, it's nastiness.
It's really,
it's vile.
It defines your character to a degree too when you start talking like that to a human being.
He'll never stop talking about Candace. He loves talking about her.
Oh my God, yeah, because
he
knows
loves talking about her.
Yeah, he gets a rile out of it because people are gonna say, "Hey, you're stupid for saying this shit," and just, he loves getting that attention. It's like a child getting any kind of attention, negative or positive. They don't care. They just want attention. That's Jim.
I think after the show last night, he did say, "Oh, okay, I'm not going to mention it again." And
Bullshit.
He does carry on with his comment. I don't think he realizes there's some people that will feed into it. Yes, there's some women that might like that kind of life or that kind of language. Not everybody likes that or wants to accept that or thinks it's appropriate. And if you want to have a YouTube channel and you want to be funny and do things, great, more power to you. You've got that capability. You can do that. But draw a line between the differences of disrespecting another human being.
But how many times has he said this is going to be the last time I'm going to talk about Dylan or Candace Cooley?
But
Dylan Rounds or Candace Cooley. It's not going to stop. It's just like with Laura, it's not going to stop.
And it probably,
as long as he's got the breath in him, he's not going to stop. No matter, I saw it last night, no matter what she does, he's not going to stop.
Yeah.
And to sell T-shirts and which
all
he
those
has not sold
T-shirts of Laura
fucking shirts. He has
Right.
not
He ain't
sold
sold one of these fucking
shirts.
shirts. He's a fucking goddamn liar.
I said, who would
You
buy
know he is.
buy that shirt? Who would buy that shirt? Really?
Nobody. And they called him out last night on it because he said at one time.
I know.
He
I
sold
said
30
in chat, who would
and
buy
then
that shirt,
40.
Jim?
Yeah. Yeah. They called him out on it last night on the numbers wise. But
And I want,
they
another
gave
thing
him a
too is I want
pass.
to know who the fuck Monkey Mar thinks she is sending pictures from 2 fucking years ago.
Who's
Who
Monkey
did
Mar?
that?
Monkey Mar is a fucking idiot. First of all, I love how Jim ratted her out. But 2, why you even taking pictures of a bad shot of me? I go live all the time. Like, I'm on camera all the time. And Monkey Mar, why would you even take a picture of me? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you that jealous? Like, go back to your fucking 20 subs and leave me the fuck alone. Like, what a fucking Fruit Loop. I could not believe that. She's mad because I blew her off like 2 years ago because I want nothing to do with her. She's fucking crazy. But you're taking a picture of me from 2 years ago and sending it to
That's where he
somebody?
got
Are
it
you
from.
12? Yeah, that's what he said last night.
Ah, I missed that. I missed
Are you
that.
fucking 12?
Hey, Laura, it's an overpriced shirt too. What'd he say he wanted for it? $35.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know
Very
two stalkers
overpriced
that
there,
probably
man.
bought him. But hey, keep
He
promoting me,
has
Jim.
not sold any
Right,
of those
right.
shirts. That same one has
I
been
know
on
he
that mannequin
hasn't.
behind him. He is so full of shit. He's so full of shit. He stinks. I mean, yeah, that ain't happening.
I agree.
That ain't
And
happening.
not only that, but he's like, oh, and the guy in the press, like, Jim, you're such a fucking liar. Anybody with a half a brain knows you're full of shit.
Yep.
Yep.
He's like so stupid. But I think I get more aggravated with the idiots that fucking buy into his bullshit. I think I'm more aggravated with them than I get over Jim. No joke.
Yep.
Like
Me
anyone
too.
that buys his nonsense, I can't with that. Like these people are too dumb for words.
Well, they have not seen the videos that Queen Bee and Good Egg have put out and put out and put out showing, blatantly showing evidence that what he is saying is bullshit. He's not a PI. Then you can
I
lead
know
a
he's
horse.
not.
What's the saying? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
He has 0 professional licenses. 0.
Zero. And what he's doing is illegal anyway. I mean, they've already pointed that out. He's not supposed to be working in any state but Mississippi if he was in that state, which he is not.
He's
It's
probably
just
not
crazy.
working. That's why he's on YouTube.
Begging for money. Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's his thing. He's a fucking con artist. He uses some, online thing like either Lexus or, some fucking online thing, and he looks people up, and that's what he does. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, who are you? Who are you? Where do you work?
Cyberbullying.
What's your name?
And that's the other thing.
All the information.
All the information he gets is from family members. He doesn't do any research. He doesn't do anything on his own. He fucking looks people up on Google. Like, it's a joke.
And that tells you right there what kind of PI he is.
He's a fraud.
That's exactly right. He's a con man and a fraud.
Yeah, anybody that fucking see that the only thing our biggest mission was to give people both sides. If they want to hire him after that, that's fine. But I at least want to give you both sides of it. Not because everything he says about himself is wonderful. He's helped people find their missing loved ones and all. No, I've debunked every single one of them. Every single
one of them.
Now he's saying he helped some lady who finds some guy that was in construction from 40 years ago and some other dumbass shit that he didn't do.
I think trying to be a professional, you need to have integrity and
he has 0
and ethical values to be able to be credible. And if you are presenting yourself in a way that kind of doesn't show that, then it would be up to the person who makes that judgment call to hire a person or not hire a person. And I think, if you want to be smart about making a decision of hiring somebody, you're going to take in account the evaluation of the experience, the professionalism, the history on that person. And if you can't find anything that validates your personal investigation of a company, then you know that company's not right for you. Other creators have had another professional PI. They've got former law enforcement. These people have credibility. They've got history. They've got credentials. Anybody can go to school, take a couple classes, and get a certification or a degree in something, but to use that credential and produce something is totally different.
Well, he keeps saying that he took over it just wasn't a weekend class. That class he took in Florida was a 40-hour class. A 40-hour, yeah, it's like a week class.
Yeah, to me, that's like a certification, a diploma class, or if it's in a community college.
Yeah, it was a little bit of nothing.
Well, look at the PI. Compare the PI that Laura had on her channel the other day. Compare that PI. Just watch that video. Compare that PI and then watch the videos that Jim has put out. He's attacking Duty Ron and Adventures with Purpose. He's going around saying something about one of them being a pedophile, and I'm like, what? I mean, it is
that's Jim.
disgusting.
That's what he does.
What this man does. How somebody has not taken him to court is beyond me. I do not get it. I don't get it.
Yeah,
Well, and he tries to protect himself. The other night when what was it? Talina was on the Salty's panel. She said, "What is your lawyer?" He's like, "Give me your lawyer's name." She said, "No, you give me your lawyer's name. You give me your attorney's name so that my attorney can reach out." Nope, I'm not doing that because you guys want to know where I live, how many kids I have, what I'm doing, where I'm at, so you guys can serve me. I'm not doing this. I made sure to protect myself. That's exactly what he said.
Well, we know you have no kids, and your ass lives in Florida.
He tells everything on his own.
Yeah, he's told his time zone. I don't know how many times. He has told his time zone. I don't know how many times. And it ain't Mississippi.
Well, that's why I suggested, to alleviate the conflict, was if they couldn't find any neutrality in mediating, you can use somebody and send the information. If you don't want the public to know, of course, nobody's going to want to say anything online about the names of the attorney. I do understand the one comment that Jim did say in regards to, people do call an attorney. Yes, they will charge you for every call, every email, every voicemail. They itemize. And that can go on both sides, whether it be Tay or Jim. So as adults, if they have a disagreement, the best thing to do is take civil action. Go between two attorneys, do what you got to do. If you feel the need to do that, then that's your route. You have that right. And yes, Jim did say he doesn't want to be found, pretty much, not in exact words, but nobody wants to be served anything. Everybody's going to, be evasive on that and avoid it. But, take the consequences. If somebody feels that it's justified, then get to the bottom of it. Let them resolve it. You might not like it. You might not agree with it. But guess what? If you put yourself out there in a position where you have created a situation that could cause harm, potential harm, whether it be from stalking citizens or cyberbullying, anything, or defamation of character, everyone has a right to hire an attorney and move it forward, And if you don't like what's being done and you don't like what's being said, then hire that attorney. Sometimes there's attorneys that will take your case and not charge you until the situation is resolved. if there's a potential case. But, you know, if you, it's just, it doesn't, to me, I would have an attorney and I wouldn't even say anything anymore. There's a wonderful lady that I watch on YouTube, and she's an attorney and she deals with narcissists. And, you know, she has some great examples of what not to do, what to do, you know, and it's okay to respond in a fair manner, but don't react.
But the issue is Jim don't have a freaking attorney. He don't have a pot to piss in, and people haven't figured that out. That's it. I mean, he doesn't have money, and he definitely doesn't have an attorney, guaranteed. If he had an attorney, do you think he'd be calling the Cooley's attorney 15
I think him
times?
coming to YouTube was the biggest fucking mistake he could have ever made. He should have kept his fucking ass quiet and kept his ass under the fucking radar if he wanted to keep making 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, charging these families and scamming them. He should have shut the fuck up and stayed off YouTube. Because I'll tell you right now, his pockets, all he's getting is a few Cash Apps and PayPals. That fucking big ass chunk of change is gone.
Yep.
You're done, son. You fucked up.
At this point, with him being on YouTube, it's changed a different tone now. Now it's becoming entertainment.
Yeah, but but slander is still, whether he calls it entertainment or not, it's still slander at the end of the day.
Yeah, and he wants to say, I don't work for the family anymore, but you did. Where's your discretion?
Exactly.
Where's your discretion?
I don't know
I
any
hope
family
they
that would want to
sue the
hire him
piss out
after
of him.
watching what he's done. After everything that he's done and everything that he said about Dylan and Candace, their family, there's absolutely no fucking way.
They would have to be an ostrich. They would literally have to have their freaking heads in the sand to hire him.
I had, matter of fact, I got a Facebook message this morning. It said, and I will read it real quick. Let me see if I can get to it because I usually keep my I got messages in here. Usually I keep it on silent or whatever because it'll so yeah. Hey, just reaching out to let you know, Jim Terry did try to get me to hire him. I had to block him on everything. He stalked me. And look, he called her repetitively to try and get her to pay him recently. And she said, oh, no, I wouldn't even consider him a PI since he's not licensed. And I don't know how people like him can even fucking sleep at night.
Right. And what he does is he gets hired, makes 2 phone calls, then harasses the family to where they fire him. So then he's got the money.
Right.
Well, yeah, one of them.
That's a fraud. That's a con artist right there.
Yep.
I wish Adventures with Purpose would sue him for that $20,000 he owes them.
Well, I mean, they could sue his ass right now, talking about he's claiming that he's a pedophile.
Yeah, that's slander. That's slander in the worst way. Because, I mean, you know, Queen Bee, I've said I was in foster care. Things happen to me. And for you to say that about somebody that is not a proven, oh my God. I mean, I'm surprised somebody has not punched Jim's teeth out.
And I'm really about fucking sick and tired of him talking about people on food stamps. Who gives a fuck? Who cares?
And he said again last night that worker talked to him.
People were on fucking food stamps. What the fuck you think you're eating? Who the fuck you think you're? Who cares?
He said again last night that that worker talked to him, and that is HIPAA. That's what I did before I quit. I've told you this. I can prove it. And that is a HIPAA violation.
I said that too.
If he disclosed if they disclose any of Laura's information, even said she was on it for 2 days, much less however long he tries to claim, that is a full-blown HIPAA violation.
Well, I've been certified in HIPAA violation.
I agree, and I want him to play something that shows that he spoke to them.
they'll lose their job immediately, Laura. They'll lose their job.
What they released to him, because it's illegal. Nobody fucking released jack shit to you. And if they did, Jim, please play it. Please prove it.
Laura, I worked for the state for 5 years doing food stamps and Medicaid, and I promise you, there is if that worker disclosed anything, they're number one, they're an idiot. Number two, that's their job. They have just lost their job as quick as you can blink your eye.
I agree. Without a court order, somebody on the phone, they're so
it does not even they have to go through certain channels. We cannot, as a worker, even a supervisor could not disclose it to him.
I agree. That's why I said if someone disclosed something to him, please play it, Jim. Please, I'm begging you.
I guarantee you, he got shit on that. I've laughed every time.
Oh, he won't. Just like he's not going to play the Aaron Wadsworth fucking call because he never got it. He doesn't have a fucking call with him like that all the way through.
No.
I think you guys were talking about Laura's situation. I thought you were talking about the nurse and the other individuals.
No. I'm talking about.
He ain't going to get calls with any of them. None of them.
I'm talking about food stamps and I'm talking about him saying Laura's on food stamps, and he talked to the worker in Alabama, and they disclosed information. And I was a state worker for 5 years, just quit literally when I started getting on Queen Means channel. I just quit my job. I work from home since COVID. And
liability with a business or an organization that has loose lips and discusses things that pertain to a person. And if they had known that they were being recorded, I'm sure they wouldn't have said anything at all, period.
Trust me, they didn't say anything to Jim. I will fucking guarantee it.
They didn't say anything to him.
Something to Jim, you know what they would have told him? She hasn't been on food stamps in months.
They can't even say that. They can't even say that. They cannot disclose anything of your information. They can't even tell him that you are even in their system.
Right. Well, there is
Jim, they told him everything.
There's doing things, and I'm familiar with how a lot of organizations work, and they do have the fraud reporting number, whether it be, the IRS, food stamps, anything,
Yep.
You leave your information and that's it,
As a caseworker, when we found fraud, and believe me, I found fraud. Constantly we found fraud. We would turn it into the fraud department. We did not research it. When we found fraud, we turned it over to that department. Yeah. That department, when we pull up, say I'm doing someone's case and I'm going through it, there's in our system, there's a certain app that we go through. And when it pulls, it'll pull up this red flag and say they have been penalized. It could be a year, it could be 2 years, it could be 6 months, but that's all it says to us. And as long as they're out of that for however long and they're not in the middle of the suspension, I mean, we don't do anything with it. Does it make us have kind of red flags where we check everything? Yes. But it goes to a department. It does not go through a caseworker, a supervisor. It goes to the fraud department.
Right.
Which is a separate department from us. I mean, it's just, and I know Alabama's different than Georgia, but I mean, it's still the same. It's they each have different departments. Because what he doesn't understand is food stamps. I don't know. Most people really don't know this, but food stamps and Medicaid are federally controlled. Right. Yes, each state has their food stamps and Medicaid, but it's controlled federally. Like we can get fines and penalties for not doing our cases correctly.
I don't have anything to do with Medicaid. The only thing I had was food stamps. I made too much money from
and there's nothing wrong with food stamps. The food
I wish I still had them.
Is designed to help people in a time of need.
Exactly.
When things are so serious that you've lost a job or you lost your main income role due to a death in the family. If you're a single mother and you're not making the ends meet and you've got children to feed and not getting child support, there's so many different aspects to why a person, we have active duty people that are on food stamps. Why? Because they still fall under the poverty level, and they're working a full-time job. It's to me, I look at it as a taxpayer. I would hope that the people that do need those assistant programs reach out for them, because that's what they're designed for. And,
Exactly.
When you need it, you use it. And then if you don't need it and you get a job and you're able to provide well for your family, then you remove yourself from it. And a lot of people do that, there's
the limits, to be honest, the limits are so low that, you have to near about be destitute to get on food stamps in Georgia. It is the
Danielle
federal poverty
said,
limit.
she's like, have you ever read his dad's Google reviews? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Family, here for a family of 4, because I'm the only sole income provider, it was almost 38,000.
Well, in Georgia, a family of 4, the limit is $2,209.
A month or a week?
Yep, a month.
They have cap amounts of income that you can make in order to qualify.
They have, what did you say?
Here it's almost 3,000 a month.
It's a financial cap amount, like say if you have one person, you can make X amount of dollars per month.
Yes. And you have to meet that income limit before any deductions are taken out.
And a lot of
people will say, oh, but my bills are this. It doesn't matter if your bills are $5,000 and you're making $3,000. You have to meet that minimum limit. And until you meet that limit, there's no deductions come out before that.
And the thing a lot of people don't know, yes, there's people that abuse the system. That's a real thing. However, with that system in place, people, I've had patients, tell me things like this, and they say, I got to submit my bank statements. I got to do this. I got to list
Not for food stamps.
My cars. With food stamps, they do, they want that. Now, whether or not they disclose it is a totally different story,
No, with food stamps, they don't.
Well,
we cannot get bank statements with food stamps. Medicaid, yes. Food stamp, yes. With Medicaid, you can get bank statements. With food stamps, we cannot legally get bank statements.
Well, everybody has to sign a disclosure to allow them to go and check, whether you have a life insurance policy. There's a thing I know with people on Social Security that they have to sign a waiver that if they have a life insurance policy, once if they die, then Medicaid can go back and collect that life insurance policy for undue.
With Medicaid, yes.
Yes. But with food stamps, I know in different states, it could be different. Arizona, I knew a patient that was telling me things about how the system is. And she had said that she had to provide the name of her bank, her account number, her cars, and her house that they owned. And she had 5 kids. Her husband had died, and he was that was their only sole income. And she had to file for the first time, and she was just telling me about her experience. And I said, well, gosh, that's a lot of information you've got to provide just to.
I don't believe that.
I don't either, because even though it's different states have different rules, we're still, like I said, federally controlled. And for food stamps, you cannot legally ask them for bank information.
You can't.
Look, I've had people to lie to me knowing that they have, say, Laura, I'm gonna use you as an example, and I'm not nothing, no slack, nothing. Say it's Laura and she's applying. Okay, say she has her candle business and it's an all cash business. Not saying that it is, Laura. I'm just using it.
That's okay.
But if she says she doesn't disclose that income, we do have channels of looking into like the Department of Labor. We're connected with that. We're
Right.
connected with something called the work number. There's certain things that we can pull up that will automatically pull up the jobs. I've had people to tell me they hadn't got a paycheck and me tell them the exact paychecks they've got and what weeks they've gotten paid. And them swear up and down, no, I can see it. But when it comes to something like babysitting or whatever that's a cash basis, if if we can't prove it,
Right.
I mean, we can't call them a liar.
Right.
And we can't
self-employed.
ask for bank statements either.
Right. Because a person I know can be self-employed and still file assistance, because there's a lot of businesses that went under during COVID and even the recession in 08.
Right.
It's a hot topic back then in 08 with people having to file food stamps because businesses were going under due to the housing market and stuff like that.
See, even with the state of Georgia, a husband and wife, if they're married, if they're in the same household, they have to be on each other's stamps. A
Right.
child 21 or under have to be on the parents' stamps if they're inside and they're in the household.
Right.
Okay, but if you've got, say, a boyfriend and a girlfriend living together, if they say they are buying and preparing and eating food separately, they do not have to be on the same case.
Right. And you
I
can
mean, there's
file it under yourself and then live in a roommate situation, or if you're transient homeless and such like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The other thing is too, if I wanted to scam the system, all I would have to do is exclude my son who's getting Social Security, and then I would be able to get it if I was scamming. The thing that Jim doesn't realize, which is why I find it comical and don't even address it, the state fucked up with me. And I don't mean like right now, I'm saying my last time I got it, because someone had reported me and I gave them all my financials. And this was before my ex died, and I gave him all my financials, and I was right at the line of, getting it, and they still gave me full food. I mean, I was getting like $700 a month.
Well, and here's what we tell people. Okay, so if somebody's right on the cusp of it, this is what I would say to them, because it still falls under your responsibility. Even if the case, and this is crazy, even if the caseworker messes up, say your income's $3,000 a month and I accidentally put in $300. If you get food stamps and you get them incorrectly, they can actually make you go back and pay every dime that you've got, and they can take your taxes now. So it falls up under your responsibility to keep up with it, like, and report it. And not saying you did anything wrong, Laura. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying, like, even in our state, if somebody and I've seen it happen where a caseworker messed up. And go back and make them pay it.
See, that's bullshit. I don't think that that's your
No,
fuck up.
I
Sorry.
do not. Yep.
That's
I think it's a bunch of bullshit. They have to pay it back. But then again, I guess it is what it is. You know what I mean?
But
it is
I'm
what it
gonna tell you
is. You know,
something
I just think
else
it's
that's
bullshit.
fucked up. I'm gonna tell you something else that's fucked up. I've seen seniors get $15 a month when you've got a single person. Now in the state of Georgia, you have to work 20 hours a week to continue getting food stamps past 3 months out of a 3-year period. It's
Ain't
our
that fucked
3-year
up?
period.
Like 80 years old getting $10 a month, $12 a month for link. Yeah.
$250 I've seen a single male and female young people that can work, where I've got a senior that is, because she's got or he's got their house paid for, and they, they're getting whatever, they're getting Social Security, and maybe they've got a retirement, whatever. They get $15 a month. No lie. I've seen it happen so many times, and you talking about that would infuriate me.
Oh, and
that would infuriate me.
Yeah, with people with Social Security, a lot of people don't understand that dynamic either, because first they're paying a percentage, let's say $135 a month just to have their medical coverage with Medicare. Then they go to the doctor and they have co-pays, and then they have prescriptions. And if you don't fill out a certain application to get a reduction or a discount in your prescriptions, that money is taken out of the money that you receive monthly by Social Security. And then you're deducted that difference because you've had to spend X amount of dollars on co-pays. You lose that $135 from your original amount that you would get.
We have a program in the state of Georgia that they can actually file and have Medicaid to pay that premium.
And I think that's wonderful, and that's why you see a lot of elderly working at Walmart, working at McDonald's.
Right.
Got to supplement their difference because they've lost that extra income that they've had to pull out of their pocket to pay for prescription differences.
And you would not believe. I mean, people. I know people know that people abuse the system, but you would not believe it. The people that abuse the system, on a daily basis, that we would see. I mean, I had a guy when I first started working. He was working 2 jobs, and one of them just hadn't been caught yet, and he owed the state like $28,000 in back food stamps.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Lord.
Yep, and that went straight to the fraud department. I mean, but and he'll have to pay that back.
Well,
and when I called him, what was so funny is when I called him, he tried to say he quit his job. Well, I'd already called that other job and made sure I spoke to a supervisor to find out if he truly was still working before I even called him. And he was like, "Oh shit," and hung up the phone on me. Oh shit was right. I mean, yeah, you just got busted.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
It's seen constantly. I mean, I've had people having rental houses, and the stories I could tell, believe me, it's crazy. It's insane. And then to see a little senior not getting anything.
Yeah. In my thoughts, I this way, when people are elderly, and they're over the age of 65 and they've got chronic health issues and you've got single mothers, my thought about that is they should all be on Medicaid and food stamps, because I don't care, single mothers are busting their yang, working a job, and, they're having to pay daycare. So there might be some programs out there that can help them supplement that cost. But in the essence, you've got kids you want to keep healthy, and
right.
Mothers need to be with their children. And I think as a society, we need to fix this kind of broken leaf here, because we would have less crime in children if moms or fathers were able to provide the differences in the things that they need.
Well, I don't know if the state of Georgia's rolled it out yet, but as of the time I'd quit, they hadn't yet, but it's coming out. But the Medicaid is actually going to more people, and the younger generation where they couldn't get it, or single people that, don't have kids or whatever, they can get it. Because I do believe that everybody should have health care coverage. My husband has a great job, and the coverage I have is excellent, thank God, with my health conditions.
Right.
And I'm lucky. I'm very lucky.
Right.
I met my deductible, no lie, this year in January, because I was in the hospital. As of January the 1st, I was in the hospital, and I've literally met my deductible, the earliest I've ever met my deductible, and it was like January the 6th. And so to have everything paid for 100% is awesome, and I would hate to go through the health problems I'm having and deal with on a daily basis and not have health coverage and have to worry about where I'm gonna come up with, the money for my medicine or my doctor's appointments or this or that, and I have to be checked out because I had a sister to die from colon pancreatic cancer. Right. So, I can't imagine. That's one thing that, but I know with the state of Georgia, the Medicaid limit is higher than the food stamp limit. And those we can get bank statements and everything for. But yeah, the system needs an overhaul and a lot of things. And the workers probably actually could help out more than anything, because we know more than, the legislators and everything that are actually, governing it. So, it's crazy.
And that's something that people should be talking about. They should be, instead of these other circus things that they want to protest about, it's the things that really truly do matter that need to be addressed and talked about, you know.
Right.
Right. Having healthcare insurance, and I'm not a big fan of the Obamacare. I don't agree with it. It can be helpful to some people, depending on their circumstances, but I like to reference to Norway's program. They've got a great prison system. They've got high taxes, but everybody has medical insurance. And even Germany, they have programs where they pay civilians like a stipend monthly. If we were to put our heads together and design something that is not going to, be an enabler, but to help in a good benefit way for others, I think we would find Americans more productive and, better taxpayers. We'd have our systems in our prisons less clustered.
I think it starts with the kids being taken care of first. That leads to everything, I think. In the long run, being in the system, I was in foster care, and I know that is where, I believe that the crime and the stuff happens from, is when you've got, abused and neglected kids.
Right.
That's where it starts.
Yeah.
And until we overhaul our system, just like the kids, the Turpins, I mean, for them to be pulled out of that home and then put into a foster home that abused them.
Yeah,
and believe me, my first foster home sucked. I was pulled from it, and it was abuse, and I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Right.
And so, yeah, my second home was a good home, and there were Mormons, but I mean, nothing's ever perfect. It's hard on a child. You're going to a stranger's home, having to adjust to rules that you coming from a household that really didn't have rules because you were neglected, or worse in my case in some respects. But anyway, yeah.
Right. And and the medical not only helps the physical aspect, but it helps the emotional and mental wellness as well. You know. And
I didn't mean to get up here and hijack your panel, Queen.
Yeah, sorry.
I just had to come on and tell Laura that she got the short end of the shitty stick last night.
Yeah, it was unacceptable, I have to say. And I know in chat, a lot of people were talking about that. A lot of people were not happy about that. And, I think sometimes a person needs to figure out on their own, when they say they need to take sides. Do I need to take sides? Well, think about it and be your own judge of what kind of character or what expectations you have that draws your limits. Everybody.
Well, you don't, just like the saying goes, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And in that, you've got to either allowing that last night was just raunchy. Yeah. In the worst way. Well, and I felt bad for Laura. I did. Because and him calling back and laughing about it was just the even worse slap in her face.
Yeah. I know.
It was just raunchy. But
I couldn't imagine my sons talking like that to a woman. I would probably fly off the wrench with that one. Yeah. I couldn't handle any talking disrespectful.
14-year-old wouldn't talk as bad as Jim.
No, Laura, they weren't. No, they wouldn't. And me knowing as strong-willed of a woman as you are, I know you would probably backhand them yourself if they spoke to you like that.
Oh, I'd go in person and talk to
anybody like that because they were raised right. Unlike Jim, who is just a malignant narcissist. There's no two ways about it.
I knew when he got on the panel and his first words were, "Oh, Laura's right. at a mother's intuition, I knew what was coming. I knew it was going down the road of whatever he was. I didn't know exactly what was coming, but I knew some kind of smart ass comment was coming when he said, "Oh, Lars," yeah, and I was like, "No, really, really."
See, I just find it funny though, because he really thinks he got something on me. Jim, you have nothing but lies.
It's just stupid. It's just all around.
That's why I ignore it. That's why I don't say anything.
I'm old fashioned. I'd probably go to jail.
I would. I've said that. I've said that to Queen. I'm telling you, Lars hinted a lot. And Laura, I don't think we're too far apart, Alabama to Georgia. I don't know where in Alabama you are. You don't have to defend yourself or wherever. But I'm close to, put it this way, I'm close to Auburn. So that might be able to give you a little bit. I don't know where you are in Alabama. But anyway, as close as we are to Florida, I would be done drove there.
I would call
it. Right. You guys aren't that far, are you?
No, I'm far from Florida. I'm up by Tennessee.
Oh, you're up by Tennessee. Okay. See, I'm probably almost directly across from Auburn, if you know where that is.
Yeah.
Auburn, Alabama. Yeah. So yeah, I'm from South Georgia, but yeah. But I knew you were somewhere in Alabama. I just didn't know where. But yeah, no, I would be already drove to Florida.
And he's not worth it. I learned from my ex. You're a malignant narcissist. Fucking stay away.
Yeah.
Once I realized he was malignant, and I haven't said a fucking word. Like I really.
And you really haven't, because I've been in some of your lives. I've watched. I watched your channel. And so yeah, no. And I don't care what you would say. Nothing deserves what he's putting out. No, I don't care. If you were, and somebody in the chat was saying that last night, oh, she gives it. No.
You want to know something though? My subs and stuff get way more mad than I do. I just don't give him any. I don't watch him. I don't give him any credibility. I don't give him any credence. I just don't care. Like, and I tell people, don't get mad over it, because honestly, I don't give a shit.
But he makes me angry because that is cyberbullying.
Yeah, but what's the answer? Don't watch him.
Yeah, no, I was not. If I'd have known he was on Salty's last night, I would not have been on there.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's the answer. Is people need to stop watching him. Plain and if he bothers you, just stop watching him.
Yeah.
A lot of his people that are my haters are going to leave once they realize he's not talking about me anymore. He built his fucking channel on hating me. So where's that going to end up? Just like every other
other ones that aren't your haters, it's like watching a train wreck. I've said this from the beginning. You know how the looky-loos are at a wreck? They slow down to look. That's all.
I don't know. Maybe I'm different and people laugh at me for this, but I've been saying this for years. I find no enjoyment in watching train wrecks. I truly don't.
No.
Like a physical train wreck, maybe. But a creator bashing another creator. Are we
I don't. Yeah, no.
My Patreons laugh at me for that. My subs laugh at. I find no enjoyment in watching these train wrecks. I really don't. I see people going after what's her name? The big fat girl that everyone goes after. Foodie Beauty. I find no enjoyment in watching her. I wouldn't even want to critique her.
You're probably like me. I've had enough drama in my childhood that I can't deal with it in adulthood. I just don't
find it. I would much rather watch someone who's gives something worth a fuck, or somebody who I can't think off the top of my head of a creator, but
that's like him attacking Duty Ron and trying to say that this man is doing something wrong with the way he interviewed Candace. And I'm going, what?
I don't care for him either, but that's neither
there. I mean, the thing though is I'm saying, who is Jim to attack him? And yes, I do. I mean, I watch him.
Jim attacks anybody he's jealous of. That's
exactly.
Who he attacks.
Exactly.
Yes, he's very jealous of everyone.
Yep. He is jealous of anybody.
Just like Adventures with Purpose. The only reason he attacked them is because they found that boy.
No, I don't mean jealous in the sense of he wants to be like me, or I don't mean that kind of jealousy. I have something called integrity, and that's something Jim does not have. And Jim is very jealous of the fact that I can feel and he can't. That's
Laura,
the
I think
jealousy
he
I'm
honestly,
talking about.
I'm like the other ones last night when they were first saying it, I was laughing about it, but then, honestly, to think about it, I think he's got a crush. I do. And as sick as that, I mean, sounds, I do. You know how little schoolboys will pull girls' hair and do stuff to get attention?
It's not
I
a
mean,
crush. He
it's
doesn't even like
crazy.
women.
Well, he
It's
did
not
say
a crush.
brother.
That's right,
They
Laura. I forgot
people
about
say
that.
that. It is not a crush. He does not in love with me. He doesn't care about me. Jim is a malignant
Oh
narcissist.
no, he doesn't care about anybody.
He
He
doesn't
doesn't care
feel
about
love.
anybody.
He doesn't feel love. He doesn't feel like he does. All he knows is how to hate.
So I've
He
got a
knows how to
question.
make himself feel better. He knows how to feed his own ego and how to
Right.
get others to
Right.
feed his ego. So,
So
what
what?
it bothers me when people say he's got a crush. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even have that aspect in his life. He can't feel a crush because he doesn't have a feeling.
So what happened? Okay, I don't. Y'all might not know, but what happened with Jim and Doug? So what? Does anybody know what happened with that? I have no clue.
I don't know.
With who?
What do you
Doug
mean?
and Jim. What happened? Why are they falling out? What's going on with that?
Who?
Doug and Jim.
It's blatantly
No, I
obvious.
think Doug and Jim are fine. Sorry guys, I was changing my aunt's IV. I think Doug and Jim are fine. It's Doug and Lance and Ty Corbin that are going at it.
No, what happened is Jim used Doug for what Jim needed. He needed a channel that would let him say whatever he wanted, so
And
he
laugh
could
about
build
it.
his follow. I mean, this really isn't rocket science. So he can build this following, and then once he did, and once
Drop 'em
he
like
got
hotcakes.
all of Doug's people to buy into his bullshit, because he couldn't do it on Tyler's, he couldn't do it on mine, but he got Doug to do it. And it's really like how people don't see it. I don't mean you guys, I mean the people watching.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
people don't see it. I mean, it's really a simple formula. 2 + 2 = 4. Now that he got everybody, now Jim is going up against Doug. He's going live against Doug, and he doesn't care anymore.
Oh yeah, did you hear him try to call out Duty Ron? Duty Ron laughed at him.
Yes.
I was like, oh,
Duty
shit.
Ron's fixing to do he's fixing to do a live with
Profiling Mike and Ed.
yeah,
I'm
Evil.
excited for it.
Profiling
I'm
Evil.
super
Yes.
excited. Yes.
Yep, me too. I can't wait because Profiling Evil's done called Jim out on his shit already too.
I don't like
because
him.
he's close
Yeah,
with
Profiling Evil
he's
did
close
already with
with
when
Adventures with Purpose.
the day Adventures with a Purpose came up on my panel.
Yep.
Jared, and when
Yep.
the day he did was the day that Mike called him out.
Yep. Because Mike and that's how I started watching. Mike was from Adventures with Purpose. Is how I started watching Mike.
See, I don't like Mike. I don't really like a lot of people, but I don't like them.
I like Adventures of Purpose. I mean,
I
doing.
I like Adventures of Purpose. I found a new creator which I really like. I saw him last night. Lauren Crime Channel had showed his videos, and it was an excellent video. Hold on.
I get sad if Queen is not on. I get sad.
The Disturbing Truth.
Yeah.
They are amazing.
I have to write them down.
Yeah, they're really, really good.
See, the way the way my husband works and my daughter's graduated, I mean, I'm mostly home alone. And so I don't watch TV and I craft, so I do YouTube. And what did you say the name of that channel was, Laura?
The Disturbing Truth.
The Disturbing Truth.
Law and Crime had featured them, and excellent channel. I mean, he did a video about, it was like Law and Crime did it yesterday. It was like 3-hour video. It was part 1, part 2, and then he interviewed the daughter. It was awesome. He did a really good job.
And I'm considering. I don't know if I'm gonna do it or not, but I see a therapist every single week, which with my past you would understand. But anyway,
Wrong with
she has
that?
want me to start recording my not my testimony, my past. And so yeah, and she said, you don't have to share it right now, but eventually I want you to share it because I've never talked about it besides with her and
Well,
my husband, of course.
with MDR therapy with PTSD.
I've done EMDR. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The light therapy. I don't use the light though. I can't do the light.
Yeah.
I have ADHD and the light never worked with me. So we always just shut it off. But yeah, I've done that. It works really well. It's so simple, it's stupid. But it works.
It does.
It really works.
Especially, I think it's beneficial with a lot of the veterans, and I highly recommend it. At least.
Well, I know it's worked with my PTSD, and I have severe PTSD and anxiety. And it has really, really worked with mine. And just to give you, I mean, like I was abandoned before I was a year old by my mom. My dad signed away custody in a courtroom with me at 13 years old. Told the judge he did not want me. So, wow. And then my sister passed away when she was 45 in 2018. And we were each other's life. So that was probably the most difficult thing I've gone through.
You could do it in a book form on your own computer, write your whole story out and then read it to yourself, and then, make notes of the changes in your life that from those experiences, what positive came out of those bad experiences,
I've always said that if I actually did my story in a book form, they would put it in this fiction section. I swear to God.
Queen B, I just posted in private chat the 3 links to the video. I did it in order because it's part 1, part 2, and then the interview with the sister. It's really good. I mean, it's a couple.
What is it about?
It's about a case, a little boy who was killed, but the way he puts it together, it's just, he's really good. I haven't watched any of his other stuff, but I did watch this stuff.
What was the name of the little boy? I wonder if I saw that.
Ricky something.
Yeah. That was bad.
Yeah. Me and my sister have always loved true crime. I've always liked getting in people's minds.
Yeah.
To find out why they do what they do.
Ricky and his siblings were failed by everyone, but mostly by their mother, Ruth. And even though she was tried for Ricky's murder, she was found not guilty, but she did end up inside for 7 years for hurting her children. What really happened to Ricky Neve on his way to school that morning in 1994. Ruth Neve harmed her children for sure, but how far did she actually go? This is one of Peterborough, England's darkest days. One of the Neve sisters are still trying to make complete sense of it, failed by everyone around them. This is their brother's story. The little boy who walked with monsters was Ricky Neve. It's just, he does, like, he's great. I'm like, wow.
All it takes is one person in a child's life to make a difference. I've always said that.
In the 90s, when I was in college, we had to do, some case studies and review them. And I came across the local newspaper, and they had like maybe 30 pictures of children with horrific background stories that resulted in their tragic death. And there was one little boy that really hit me to the strings, was when his father had beaten him so bad that his eyes literally popped out of his head. And, when you hear stories like that, and you don't hear them in case studies with people talking about those criminal cases, like online, we didn't have social media like we do now, but it's so devastating, and it's traumatizing just listening to the story, and you realize, God, how can a world be so damn cruel to do that to children? My son, when he was a baby, I had a babysitter who was neglectful and left a curling iron on, and he was in a walker. And we were in base housing at the time, and she was married to, you know, another master sergeant. I was formerly married to a lifer Marine. And she was so vain about herself that, you know, when I had asked her if she could sit with my son just for about an hour, so I can go and take care of an errand real quick, I came back and he had pulled the cord from the curling iron, and it got caught up and hit him in the face and the shoulder and the arm. And because he was in a walker, he got trapped with that curling iron in the middle of his arm. You want to talk about a mother going ballistic? Oh
my God.
I had to do over 6.5 months of burn therapy. And my son was actually in the same hospital at UCLA, the burn therapy, where that one boy was set on fire in a hotel room by his father. I to have to sit next to a curtain with that little boy in the same area, listening to him scream bloody murder, getting the burn treatments. And, you know, of course, you as a mom, you're going to go after somebody legally for negligence. They took no responsibility, very irresponsible. The husband finally divorced her. You know, it's tragic that people can create harm to somebody and not take accountability. But then you get these other cases that are so far out of there that I can't even call them human. I really can't, because these children don't deserve that. And, you know, it's disgusting. It really,
Well, you know, as hard as my situation was, it was harder on me after I gave birth to my daughter.
Yeah.
Looking at her and number one, imagining a mother giving a child up was hard. But then to look at her, and my dad was 6'4", and he beat the shit out of me and my sister. And just looking at her and, you know, imagining somebody that big doing such harm.
You're helpless. You're helpless.
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah. Completely. But anyway, girls, I'm gonna get down. But it was good seeing you, Queen, or talking to you, Laura. Everybody.
Yes,
It was nice to meet everybody.
Hear you too.
I know you get tired of me emailing you questions.
No, you're fine, girl.
I'm like, oh, maybe Queen knows this. But no, that voice that I sent you the email about, I thought that they were the same. I don't know. It just sounded the same to me. But anyway. But I will talk to y'all later.
Great talking to you.
Great talking to y'all. Bye.
Bye. I'm going to get up too. I got to cook the kids dinner.
Yeah, I got to get off too.
Me too.
Thank you for having me.
I know I'm back here sweeping my kitchen floor and listening to you ladies while you're chatting.
I know. I was
get some housework done.
I was cleaning off my table.
Post those links that I put in private chat.
Oh, okay.
All right. That I'm telling you, this guy is great. It's a great story. At first 12 minutes, I was already in tears. I mean, it was really good. So dreading is another one I like. I like them too. So, all right. I will see you guys later. Peace.
Bye, Laura. Bye,
I'll see you later, baby.
Bye.
I was sitting there clicking those links. I was trying to go save them. I was trying to save the links real quick, but I appreciate you coming up here too and chit-chatting for a minute. I don't even think I got to ask you. Are you still on here, Ro? Are you still on here?
Me? Yeah,
Laura,
I'm
are you
still here.
on here?
I guess so.
Oh, yeah, you are. Okay, hold on. I wanted to ask you something. Who is the Jason you was talking about?
What, with Salty?
Yeah, there's a Jason or whatever, but something about all I heard the other night was Talina was asking why somebody messaged. I thought she said it was you, but I could have been wrong. But I don't. That's why I was asking you. Something about somebody messaged her husband telling her that she was a liar, saying that she was a liar.
Well, the Jason that I was talking about is from Montello.
Oh, okay. So it must have been a different one. I thought it was. Now, see, when I started, because I'm nosy as fuck. So as soon as I was like, Jason, I was like, isn't she with the dude named Jason? So then I started thinking, I'm like, that can't be the same person she's talking about with Salty. You know what I mean?
The Jason that I was talking about is someone from Montello that I reached out to a while ago, and then he got mad at me because I wasn't talking to Salty because Salty was boots on the ground, and then we talked again, and I'm just walking away from the whole damn case.
Yeah, that's what I said. You know what? That new case my friend lives about 20 minutes from it. So she was going to go get some pictures and stuff like that, like of the area and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it'll be really interesting, but I just haven't really said much about it because it just happened a couple of days ago. You know what I mean?
One of my
so
I
was kind of waiting to get some more credible information on it before I started. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she gave it to me, not Saturday. She gave it to me yesterday, and I was like, well, let's see if she's found first. And then she hasn't been found. And then I reached out to a few people in the family to see if they'll come on, because I hate just going blank, on one radio, one, because there's not a lot of info on it yet. So I'm waiting, but I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll do it tonight and get on it.
Well, then I'll come watch yours or whatever. So because I ain't really heard any much information. I don't want to, you know how I am about rumors and misinformation. So I want to make sure anything we put out is accurate and credible. You know what I mean?
Where's the location of this case?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, baby?
What's the location of that case, particularly?
California.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And she went to this young girl. She's real pretty too. She went to a party and hasn't been seen since.
What was her name?
Kaylee.
Okay, is it Kaylee or Keely? I wasn't sure how they said it,
I think it's Kaylee.
Okay, yeah, because it was like K-I-E or something. So I was like,
Kaylee or Keely or what? How do they say that? But it seems like it's. I mean, and like I said, she could. I mean, at this point, she could be anywhere. Her car is missing. She's missing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's so many. Like it's beautiful where she's at. Like it's gorgeous. But in that can also be danger with cliffs and mountains, and you know what I'm saying. It's just you really never know. Something could have happened to her. She could have fallen. I mean, there's so many different things that
I agree.
Was she hiking or what? I mean, what's the kind
well,
of?
There's really not. No, she was at a party. She was at a party. Like she hasn't been seen since. But she's missing, and so is her car. So that's what we said. We got to get some more information on it before we talk about it, because I don't want to be putting out misinformation or anything wrong. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So if Laura, if you're going to talk about it tonight, then I'll come over and listen. You know what I mean? And if she's going to talk about it tonight, I'll come over and listen, and then we'll do ours too. But I want to get as much information as I can before I cover it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm intrigued what you guys do in regards to, putting the stories out and how you guys analyze them and have discussions about that. I think it's great.
Well, yeah, and I really want to make sure that the information is credible and it's not a bunch of rumors or, you know what I mean, stuff that's going to hurt the family or rumors that are going to affect the case, or you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
It's really important to me to make sure that we stay on topic with, you know what I'm saying, and with credible information,
Right. Definitely. Yeah, I'll look forward to it.
Yes. Well, I will talk to you guys later. I'm going to finish sweeping this floor and getting some stuff done. I got to start dinner. So thank you for coming and hanging out. And I appreciate everybody hanging out.
Thank you.
Hope you guys have a good night.
I got to catch up. I got to get out of here too. But it was nice talking with you guys. And I wish the best for everybody. And I hope, everybody could just move
for sure. And you're welcome anytime. Anytime you want to come up or anytime we're live and you want to chat, well, you're welcome anytime,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, anytime.
And thanks, everybody. I'll talk to you guys later.
We'll talk to you guys later. And I hope everybody had a good discussion and stuff. And I mean, I don't know, we try to keep it neutral over here. So I hope everybody had a good day, and I will talk to you guys later.